And I think that this is going to change the outlook on police officers and how they should be convicted after they commit these felonies for a very long time. So I think it's a very important time to be here, to be present, to be active.
And lastly, how do you feel about the National Guard being out here among the people, trying to communicate here the concerns of the community?
On one end of the spectrum, I think that, it's a nice, maybe cooperative effort, but I think that also it's instilling fear in the people. I think that, I don't feel like they're my allies, really, unfortunately. And I think that's just not from their presence today, but also from, their reputation in the past. I think, like I said, I think it's great that they're here talking to people, but I think the minute we make a mistake or maybe the minute we cross the line, then they hit us with tear gas, or if anything, that we become victims. So I think that, it's kind of hard to trust where their intentions are.
And I think what he said is a very vulnerable statement and something that is on the community's mind. But the reality of the situation when it comes to this is a peaceful protest. People are communicating what they want, their rights and their justice. Now, when I did speak to the National Guard, they're saying they're very cooperative. They want to work with the people. They want justice, not only for George Floyd, but so many others that have been listed on those crosses on the side. We're going to continue covering this area, but back to you guys in the studio.
Varmel, thank you. And again, these protests are part of what we're seeing internationally, and it's all because it's been sparked by the death of George Floyd. His funeral is tomorrow. Then we have in Brunswick, Georgia, we have the hearing of Ahmaud Arbery with those three individuals who have been charged in his death. And then also George Floyd's funeral will be in Houston. So all of this is leading up to potentially some very tense moments until today we got this huge breakthrough and breaking news coming out of Minnesota, where those 4 officers involved in George Floyd's death have now all been charged. And at least 2 are now in custody. Mr. Chauvin, Derek Chauvin, was the one who had his knee on George Floyd's neck. His charges have been upgraded to second-degree murder, and the other 3 officers have been charged with aiding and abetting, and we know one of those 3 are now in police custody. But let's go back to here closer to home here in Atlanta. Rick, we're talking about the 6 police officers in Atlanta who were involved in what Chief Erica Shields has called excessive force.
That's right. And we have the video now lined up. And again, this is exclusive video captured by one of the CBS 46 photojournalists. And this is the moment that young couple, the young college student couple, was violently pulled from their car and tased by officers. Just watch as this plays off and you hear the screaming of the young woman in the passenger seat, and then watch the face you'll see of the young man behind the driver's wheel as he is tased. You could almost see the moment that it goes through his body, where his eyes roll back a little bit. You can see that he loses control of his muscles, which is exactly what that tasing gun is meant to do. It's a non-lethal way of subduing someone who is showing resistance and posing a threat to police officers.
It was very disturbing to watch, but what we've seen with District Attorney Dwight Howard, Fulton County District Attorney Paul Howard, he moved with really unprecedented swiftness and filing charges against the 6 police officers involved in this situation. 2 of them were fired the very next day after this body cam video and the video from CBS 46, along with Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms and the police chief reviewing it. Mark Gardner, who was an investigator, and Ivory Streeter were both fired effective that day. But as of today, the district attorney in Fulton County has arrested all 6. It ranges from, there you have Mark Gardner, but also Ivory Streeter, but Lonnie Hood, Willie Sauls, Armand Jones, and Ronald Claude. They have all been arrested. These are their mugshots with the Fulton County Jail. We've learned that Hood has been charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault and simple battery, but the other charges for all of these officers include charges ranging from criminal damage to property. And we do know that the DA is asking for a judge to grant a $10,000 signature bond. Each officer has until Friday, which was tomorrow, to surrender.
Yeah.
But their mugshots, they have been processed. So it's a story where we've seen a swift action with the protests have been effective in sending a message of justice, whether the officers are black or white. In the city of Atlanta, what we've seen from both Erica Shields and from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms is that they're pulling out the bad apples, as Erica Shields says. But
there's another side to the story.
There's another side to the story.
You know, why is this so important? Well, CBS 46 has reported exclusively on the existence of a memo that was written by Chief Shields and was sent internally to members of her department, telling them that they are having a hard time getting help from other jurisdictions now when it comes to controlling the crowds during these protests, because other police departments don't want to send their officers into a situation that could result in them facing charges, like these 6 police officers who are now facing charges from the tasing incident. And so that's a letter that CBS 46 got its hands on. Our colleague Jamie Kennedy getting that exclusively and reporting that last night at 11. Jamie then meeting and being able to do a one-on-one interview with Chief Shields today, where she spoke frankly about how that can pose problems when officers are disciplined for what may or may not have been a justified reason. You watch the videotape, and it certainly does look as though there was perhaps some excessive force, certainly a lot of force, and the tasing gun involved in helping to subdue that young couple. And again, that young couple, according to their lawyer, just happened to find themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time. They were not a part of the protests. They were not aware that they were near the protests and that they were just out to get a bite to eat when all of this happened, right around the time of curfew on night number,
This was night number 2,
Yeah.
but we are now on day 6, and the Atlanta Police Department has released some statistics regarding the arrests here in Atlanta for the protest. There were a total of 426. We had heard from both Chief Erica Shields, the mayor of Atlanta, Keisha Lance Bottoms, and even Governor Brian Kemp mentioning that there were outside agitators that had come to Atlanta, and they were the ones that were responsible for initially breaking out the windows and defacing property to incite the protesters, to encourage them to loot. We have an update tonight. 54 of those 426 protesters arrested in Atlanta were out of state. That's the percentage. If we can go back to that, it'll show you, believe it's around 13% of those individuals that were out of state from Friday to Monday that were arrested. And those states that some of these outside agitators that were arrested here in Atlanta come from states including Tennessee, Alabama, the Carolinas. I think we have another list if we could show you. It's over a dozen areas, including places as far away as New Mexico and California, Michigan, Kansas, New York City, Massachusetts, Louisiana, Maryland, Missouri, Texas, Illinois, Colorado, Alabama, Florida, and Pennsylvania. The protesters that were involved here in Atlanta that either willingly disobeyed the curfew or were caught defacing property or being violent in any kind of way. This is the breakdown. And let's just look at the ethnicities of these individuals that have been arrested. The arrest by race: 271 of the perpetrators were black. 128 of them were white. 20 were Hispanic, and 3 were Asian.
So, this is what the police have been talking about. They have been trying to figure out who these outside agitators are, and they are doing some work to try to identify where these protesters who end up causing trouble, where they are coming from. As we take a look at the site now, a very peaceful gathering of protesters and those bicycle response teams that we have seen now. They were very effective last night in terms of keeping the crowd back, keeping them away from that area near the CNN Center entrance and the parking deck that was the site of so much destruction. A police car lit on fire. The windows and the doors leading into the CNN Center smashed on the first night of protests. And so they really, the police have been trying to keep protesters from getting access to that area again. And this is how they're doing it. They're standing right there, forming a line, the police all in those neon colored vests, and the protesters in front of them. And last night, this was the scene of a lot of touching moments between the police officers and the protesters. We saw some hugs. We saw some tears. We saw one of the police officers hold hands with protesters and walk in among the protest crowd to show his solidarity with their cause. And, you know, we have said this over and over, and I think it's worth repeating at least once a night as long as these protests are going on. These police officers are ashamed of their fellow law enforcement in Minnesota who were involved in the murder of George Floyd. They know that it paints all of them in a very harsh light. And rather than focus on all the good that they do, all of the good they do for their community, when it comes to law enforcement, when it comes to community relations, it really does steal away that positive spotlight and instead cast law enforcement with a broad brush, of course, but cast them in a negative light. And so these officers, a lot of them will agree with the people who are out there protesting, and it's part of their job to keep those protesters safe.
It is now day 6 of consecutive days of protesting in the city of Atlanta. The crowds just as thick, if not larger, from what we're hearing from our crews in the field, than it has been over the last 3 days. It has been remarkably peaceful. For the first time, we saw a huge protest gathered outside of the perimeter. Bobath Yates was in Decatur, where thousands had gathered at the Decatur City Hall to name a long list of African Americans who have been killed at the hands of law enforcement, where there has been no justice in terms of anyone being arrested and convicted. Those protesters were there. It was absolutely peaceful, no problems whatsoever. They wrapped up about 2 hours ago at 6:47 right now. And once they wrapped things up, they took off and they all headed, according to Bobath, at least the ones who were going to participate. And she said the crowd it looked to have swelled to be about 1,000 people, said they were heading to join the other peaceful protesters in Centennial Park. You're looking at live pictures. This is the site of the construction site, I believe, Rick, that we saw yesterday, that as we got ever so closely to the curfew, and really that's when we see most of the tension. It goes from 0 to 100 real quick. Once it gets to like 5 to 10 minutes till 9 o'clock, you start to see the peaceful folks leave, and then it's just a stubborn group that stays and almost seems to get a delight out of creating the confrontation between law enforcement and that pocket of protesters that remain. But yesterday, from our crews in the field, the law enforcement, along with the National Guard, they kind of stepped up the ante. Apparently, whatever level of tear gas they were using, the assumption is it was either military grade or it was a mix of mace mixed with tear gas, that it was far more powerful. The way those individuals started to run, they were trying to find fresh air so fast, they started jumping over the fence in that construction zone. And then we saw a big pocket of law enforcement go in there and try to find them.
Well, it was a couple of nights before that we saw a bunch of people go into that construction zone in order to get rocks and cement and other heavy items that they could use against the police officers. And so I think, you know, what we have watched is that each and every night, the police tactics have become more and more effective because, as you would expect, at the command center, they are watching these nights unfold minute by minute like we are. And the police, the police brass are making changes and decisions based on what they have seen each and every night. So whereas one night the protesters were able to get inside of that construction site and arm themselves with heavy rocks and poles and pipes, the next night, as soon as they saw people jumping that fence and heading into that site, they were ready, the police were, throwing some smoke bombs into the construction zone, to try to root out anyone who might be hiding in there. We also saw them with heavy-duty spotlights, because at this point it was dark, and they were shining their spotlights up on the building to make sure that there were no protesters who had climbed through some of the wood that is there. The building is far from built, far from fully constructed, but there is an infrastructure there and like a skeleton. And the police officers wanted to make sure that none of the vandals were climbing up to a higher floor to try to evade law enforcement. So, here's a shot. It obviously looks very calm, and it has the last several nights looked calm and peaceful, like you said, Sean, until right up against the time when that curfew rolls around. And the curfew tonight is 9 o'clock. The curfew tomorrow night is 9 o'clock. But we heard from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms today that she's extending the curfew through the weekend. And the 9 o'clock curfew that's in place for tonight and tomorrow will turn to an 8 o'clock curfew come Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So an earlier curfew time for the weekend. And obviously there are some exceptions, and you can see the list there on the screen. And we've also noticed, as the police, have been helping people who have perhaps, they're not out there to start trouble. They're just maybe looking for their cars. Those people are not getting swept up. But if the curfew comes and the police think that you're up to no good, they are not wasting any time detaining people, tying their hands, using those zip ties to cuff their hands behind their back, and then putting those people into trucks and buses and hauling them away.
We have a team of reporters that are scattered throughout all positions where the protesters have decided to congregate. If my producer can tell us in the air, we're going to try to identify who we can go to first, just to get a sense of what has really been another second day of truly beautiful, peaceful protests. We saw a gentleman playing the saxophone in the middle of the street. He was playing the Black National Anthem. I almost wanted to bust out and sing with him. Brittany Edney, you were speaking to him, and like many of the protesters, they are still out in full force, but it has been a beautiful show of solidarity.
Hey, Sean, well, we just saw several APD officers, about a dozen or so, just back up from this line. Let's take a quick look. 2 hours out from that 9 p.m. curfew, this is what the crowd size looks like at this main meeting spot here along Centennial Olympic Park Drive and Marietta Street. Again, we are also seeing that the bicycle response team has the bicycles lined tire to tire, being that front line between both protesters and the rest of the responders. Going backwards a little bit, National Guard, SWAT, and other law enforcement are still hanging back, just like we've seen from some of the several other nights of coverage. They don't typically start to come up until we get closer to that 9 p.m. hour, when things start to really change as far as the energy and the crowd. Guys.
You can just tell us, just to kind of highlight some of the real special moments, because the disturbing thing and it's the tragic thing is that what we see 10 minutes prior to the 9 o'clock curfew has a tendency to overshadow all of the great stuff that has happened throughout the day, and you've seen some incredible moments.
Sean, you're pointing out a very important mission for our crew here at CBS 46. We do not want 8 hours, 9 hours of peaceful protesting to be overlooked by 10 minutes of several insiders and that smaller crowd. One moment that we captured earlier today that we have on our social media account is when a man came out here, Richard Shaw Jr., and he played the saxophone in front of police. The crowd quieted down. Everyone enjoyed the music, and you could really hear the police officers actively listening and enjoying that moment with him as well. He said it was a very special time for him. He wanted to come out here and use music as a bridge, using music as a way to communicate, and I think he was successful in doing that, Sean.
And also, Brittany, today the City of Atlanta established 8 core testing sites to make sure that those who participate in these protests over the last 6 days, to make sure that they go get a COVID-19 test. Social distancing, very tough to do, Brittany. when you're in a large gathering or demonstration like this, from just the few people that you've walked with and that you've seen yourself, were individuals trying to wear face masks or some type of face covering, or did you see some who had nothing on at all?
Well, if you look at the crowd right now in front of you, you can see that there is a mix. We're viewing from this vantage point a steady number of people wearing masks. Of course, social distancing not possible when we're marching in such large numbers and during these gathering points of protests, but a fair number of people using masks, I believe.
And also, Brittany, we're seeing that same bicycle patrol with the Atlanta Police Department lined up in front of the protesters to sort of keep them confined to that area. Just curious because, Jamie Kennedy broke a story yesterday that some of the agencies are pulling out from helping with crowd management. And I'm curious because Governor Kemp said he's still going to have the 3,000 National Guardsmen in the state of Georgia. Do you still see that flank behind you still lined up and ready as we approach the 9 o'clock curfew?
Yeah, CBS 46 photographer Richard just kind of turned his camera over there, and you can see some of the additional forces that we have back here beyond, about a block behind the bicycle response team. Again, they typically tend to stay back until things start to develop as we get closer into those nighttime hours. Guys?
Brittany, and also as the sun starts to set, the night starts to fall over. It's 84 degrees outside. You've been in this coverage for several days. The protesters, if they've started on day one, we're now into day 6. The stamina of these individuals, it really is a testament that they believe in the message of inequality.
It's impressive, and I'm trying to find several people. I actually have found several people because today 3 separate protesters have come up and said, hey, I recognize you from Sunday night. Hey, I recognize you guys from Monday. I'm seeing your crews out here. So that means just from those 3 comments alone of protesters coming up and just kind of having those conversations and feedback with me, that means at least, some of this crowd continues to come back. And kind of as you mentioned, that stamina is impressive because it is hot. They are walking miles upon miles each day. I say the marches, once they start to happen, from our crew's calculation, maybe a possible 7 miles, 8 miles is how far everyone's going. That's kind of what we are typically walking when we go and start marching from this main point, start doing tours around the downtown area. So it is hot. It's a lot of walking. It is a lot of crowd control. And so these people really, are illustrating a lot of stamina and a lot of commitment to their message and to their cause. Sean?
Brittany, thanks very much. Stand by. We'll check back with you in a little bit. Barmel Lyons is down among the protesters as well. Barmel, why don't you tell us where you are? What's going on there?
Well, right now we're still based in Centennial Olympic Park at the intersection of Marietta Street, and I don't know if you see all that smoke over there. Someone just did a burnout as they turned around going back that way, but I mean, overall it's been a very peaceful protest. As we go later into the night and the 9 p.m. curfew starts to come close, right now it is still very calm, but it's still, once 9 p.m. comes, everyone needs to make their way home. Now, check this out. This was packed some moments ago, but now everybody is starting to walk. They could be walking to the Capitol. That's where they walked to last time. But again, when it comes to protesters, they've been commuting all throughout downtown Atlanta. I want to show you over here because when I say protesting, it's not only for the young, but it's for the old. It's been communicating across all platforms. Check this out over here. They've been saying no justice, no peace.
No justice, no peace. So what do you want? Justice. When do you want it? Now. So what do you want? Justice. When you want it? Now.
You can hear them chanting, and they've been chanting and communicating with the masses. I want to go over here and talk to him real quick.
No justice.
Hello, how are you today, sir?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm good. Can you tell me who you are?
I'm Reverend Eric Terrell, the Vice President of NAN, National Action Network.
Thank you. Thank
Civil
you.
rights ethic.
Okay. So why are you out here? What are you trying to communicate to
I'm
the youth?
I'm trying to get my user on one accord. It don't take all this destroying these buildings stuff. We got our freedom and justice, what little we do have, through nonviolence. We didn't come out here and tearing up the street, just tearing up the city. We did our through nonviolence, and Martin Luther King, if he knew you were going to start being destructive to our city, he would ask you to refrain yourself from the march. Because we didn't believe in violence, we believe in nonviolence. And that's what I'm here to doing today. I've been leading the march for over 40-something years, all up and down the street every year. They had a King birthday march, all down in Selma, Alabama. We can have a peaceful demonstration without tearing up our city. The tearing up the city, they done made the appointment across, done got the appointment across to the president up there, and I'm pretty sure everybody done got our message. Now we got to stop and listen to what the outcome is going to be. Tearing up the city, we're not going to accomplish nothing. You cannot get things done through violence, through non-violence. In other words, when he said, through love, kind, have I joined. Through love, kind, have the Lord joined. We want peace in this city here. We done marched for it, we done demonstrated, we done did everything for it. Now it's time for us to maintain our cool and see what the outcome is going to be.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's what he's saying. He's saying maintain your cool, have peace, and that's where justice will come. Like Martin Luther King, he said Martin Luther King wouldn't advocate for violence. He would want peace amongst protesters in order to get the message and the goal across. You guys in the studio?
Barmel, thank you. Let's go to Ashley Thompson. And Ashley, you saw some more of those special moments that we've been talking about. Brittany Etney's location had a saxophone player. You actually saw people passing out flyers to demonstrators.
Sean, take a look at what's going on right now. You can see all of these demonstrators on the pavement, some of them in the middle of Centennial Olympic Park Drive, right there in the middle of the street, laying down, everyone chanting, "I can't breathe, I can't breathe." There are hundreds of protesters right now laying down, I guess almost imitating George Floyd and what he went through right before he died. And right before this, all of these demonstrators were just on their knee, had their fists in the air. I want to say this has been a very peaceful protest over here at Centennial Olympic Park. The organizer has been adamant about wanting this to be peaceful. Some of these demonstrators have been in the street and she's been pushing them back to the sidewalk. She really wants to maintain order here. And this is actually supposed to end at 8 o'clock, so well before curfew. They are supposed to go up there to the Olympic rings where they're going to have a moment of silence, I believe, and also pray right before this ends. But this is pretty incredible right now what we're seeing with everybody just laying on the pavement right here, some of them in the street and some of them just on the sidewalk. These people are trying to be as safe as possible, but as you can see, there are some people in the middle of the road, and this road is not blocked off, so it is a little bit of a hazard. You can see some of those cars coming now. So it is a little bit of a hazard, but for the most part, this has been completely orderly, completely peaceful. You know, this was the wall, the line of solidarity, and these demonstrators have been out here for hours with their signs and their chants. I know Brittany says that a lot of people who she was speaking with have been here day after day after day after day, but we've actually been speaking with a lot of first-timers, a lot of people who said it took me until now to get out here and I just want to be a part of something special. So there are people who keep coming back night after night, right? But then there are those first-timers who we are seeing in the crowd as well, people who want to be a part of this action. And yes, it is getting late, and as we know, when night falls, we see more law enforcement out here. We can hear the chopper up ahead. It looks like another group is now marching right here, turning onto Centennial Olympic from Andrew Young. I believe that may have been the protesters who went to City Hall. Looks like they are now back over here in this area. So this is going to be a very large crowd. I know we have less than 2 hours, I believe, until that curfew hits. The organizer, again, saying she wants this to be a peaceful protest. She does not want any problems. So they are supposed to end at 8 o'clock, but I know they're going to do a rally and they're going to do a little prayer and a moment of silence up here at the rings. So we're going to walk up here and see what these protesters are doing at this intersection, see what they are planning on doing. Looks like they're holding their signs up. And you know, this is where we're seeing them meet every night, right? They're meeting right here at this intersection next to Centennial Olympic Park. I want to point out the National Guard is still in the park, so no problems in there since Friday night. You'll remember when something on there was on fire and there was a lot of violence in there. All the benches were turned over, everything in there was chaos. So we're not seeing any of that today. Let's walk up here and see what's going on. And they may just be having, you know, a rally up here. They may just be powwowing again and meeting here. This is the central meeting point every single night. We're seeing it.
And Ashley,
yes,
as you're walking amongst the crowd, and it clearly looks like it is peaceful. Do you mind speaking to a few of them? You know, I'd love to see the reaction that with all 4 officers involved with George Floyd's death now facing charges, criminal charges. What do they think about it? Is this enough justice where they can consider possibly ending the protest and possibly just making sure they get to the polls on June 9th?
Sure. Can I speak with you real quick? I'm with CBS 46 News.
Okay.
Did you hear that the other officers involved in George Floyd's death were arrested today and will face charges? And does that change things for you?
It makes me feel 100% better, but we need the full justice. We need them to get convicted for the murder, not just arrested. We need justice.
And why did you want to come out here before, obviously, that arrest news was made? Why did you feel you needed to be here today?
Because it's not just that one murder, it's multiple murders, and we need justice. The black culture is failing due to this injustice, and we need support. So I'm here supporting the Black lives.
And do you plan on voting? You know, that's a big step.
I'm definitely voting. That's my first thing I'm going to do June 9th.
June 9th, awesome. Thank you. Sean, does that answer your question?
Oh, it absolutely does. And, you know, you've been speaking to protesters all day, Ashley, and really there were some moments that were beautiful that you caught where they were giving flowers out to the demonstrators.
Yeah, there's been a lot of really great moments like that, and as Brittany Adney says, it's a shame that sometimes, you know, some of these instigators who are wreaking havoc on the city at night, it's a shame that sometimes it overshadows some of these moments. But yeah, I saw a boy passing out flowers to everyone on the Wall of Solidarity earlier, and it was really special and really sweet. You know, it's really hot out here, but people are banding together. We're seeing a lot of teamwork, if you will. Today, I've noticed more people bringing snacks and water. I saw somebody handing out masks. I mean, you know, it really is everybody kind of in this together right now.
Well, Ashley, you're doing a fantastic job. We'll let you continue from your location, and let's go to Astrid Martinez now. Astrid, you've been with protesters listening to their rallying cry for justice.
Yeah, they've been doing that for 6 days now here in Atlanta, and to be honest, it's been an incredible sound. They're actually just, the crowd that left earlier is back around. No justice, no peace is what we're hearing, and we've been hearing that day after day. And to be honest, you know, don't let it fool you that just because it's viral now that this is the only reason. Black community has been asking for this for centuries. And unfortunately, it has taken all these murders of people, one after another, for the movement to go nationally, globally. We see other countries now chanting George Floyd's name, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor. But it's a beautiful thing to be here this afternoon, see these raw emotions. And I know you were asking the previous reporter to ask protesters if they were happy with the charges. The people I've spoken with say, you know, they are, but they need to see action. They need to see convictions, because there's so many times that police officers who have committed crimes don't get convicted. So then the crowd is always left like they don't get justice and they don't have equality. I talked to somebody, you know, and they also told me if a kid like Tamir Rice, 12 years old, can't have the innocence of playing with a toy gun the same way that a white child, a light-skinned child has that innocence, then no one should have that freedom. No one should have that innocence. So until we're all equal, until we're all treated right, this is what's going to happen. Protesters keep telling me they're going to keep coming out until they feel that their message is heard. And something that I think is also very nice to know is right here at Hudson Grill, the restaurant is actually, you know, I see it open. I see people sitting outside, outdoor dining, and music is coming out. I think that also helps a lot with the ambiance and the environment, because depending on the music they play, it helps change the tune of the crowd. And then if you move over a little bit to the parking deck at the bottom, you'll see that there's National Guard, and they've been talking to crowd members all afternoon as well. So it's a different feeling than yesterday. Definitely, we're still waiting, obviously, for that late o'clock hour. But, you know, there's something always that I wanted to point out, too, when people say, you know, it's too bad that the last 10 minutes of a protest distract from the message. But imagine, you know, how people feel when a small percentage of bad police distract from the rest. So it's the same thing. Yes, there's 10 minutes that are bad, but look at the rest and look at why they're here. Look at what they're, why they're chanting, and their chants need to be heard. The whole world is watching. It's not just here in Atlanta. But look, beautiful crowd of people right now just marching in a circle around Centennial Park. And at the front line, I also saw officers just really having nice discussions with the protesters, and it's just a different tune today. It's nice to see. It's nice to see people from all backgrounds coming together, really cheering on humanity and the Black community, which for so long has just been done wrong. Sean and Rick.
Astrid, you made a very poignant point here, and that's at the Hudson Grill, the restaurant that's directly across the street from you. When we've seen the protests on the other nights, and we're now in day 6, this is really the first time that we have seen, outside of Piedmont Park yesterday, where restaurants have been open for business and haven't shuttered their doors, boarded up the windows out of fear that protesters may damage their facility.
Yeah, and it's nice to see that, that they're here inviting the crowd in, and they have guests and they have customers. So I don't know if they're afraid or not afraid, but the fact that they're open shows, just shows how welcoming that is. It gives a different vibe to the city. It's not boarded up, but it also, like I said, it's playing the music, which really changes the tone of the crowd of the afternoon. It gives it a different mood, especially, I was hearing Bob Marley over the speakers earlier, and, it just gives it a soothing feeling. But obviously, what's more important than that is the chants right here from the people. And in the crowd, you see mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, kids, wives, husbands. So that's why you have to remember the name of the people that we're taking. These were real people. These were fathers. These were sisters, wives, brothers. These are real people. So this means a lot. And when you hear the names, especially, when I was at Centennial Park earlier by the Olympic rings, they were playing music in the background. And the music, was just saying the name of every person that has passed away. There's so many names. So, that's why you see so many people all over the world chanting the names of the people that have passed away, because something needs to be done. We can't keep adding any more hashtags.
And Astrid, directly behind you, there is a group of young people. If you could talk to them, they're directly behind you, and it looks like the kid
right
maybe
here. They just kept walking.
No, directly behind you. There's kids. There's children behind you. To see if we want to hear
somebody else right here. What would you like me to ask? Can I talk to you?
Oh no.
You definitely can.
What can I?
Astrid.
Well, I just want to talk to you. Did you hear that the 4 police officers were charged this afternoon instead of 1? How do you feel about this? Does it bring a sense of, just contentment, or do you still want more, like seeing a conviction?
No, I definitely feel great about them guys being charged. I'm not sure what they charged them with. Do you know?
They're charging all different counts, but I know the one that had been charged for 3rd degree was now 2nd degree murder.
Okay, that's awesome. So that's definitely a relief to all the Americans, whether you're African American, whatever your nationality is. That's definitely a great relief for everyone.
How long will you be out here?
I'm going to be out here until we definitely get a change. I can't tell you exactly how long I'm going to be out here, but I know I'm going to be out here.
One more second. Yes, Rick?
I wanted to know if you could ask these young men about their personal experiences, if they've had any, with law enforcement here in Atlanta. For people who are not of color, it might be hard for us to understand what that's like.
Can you talk to me? A lot of people maybe are not from here. Tell me your experience here growing up. Have you experienced any interactions with police officers that have made you feel uncomfortable?
I mean, it was like one incident. I had a white BMW. I was coming through. It was maybe like 2 o'clock in the morning. I was coming down Forsyth Street, and clear as day, you can see the decal on my tag. And the gentleman pulled me over. So when he came to the car, I was like, "Sir, why did you pull me over?" He was like, "Because I couldn't see the decal on your tag." And then I got out my car. I said, "You sure?" And he was like, "No, sir, I can't." So I was like, "You sure?" So I got out the car. I looked back there, and you can definitely see my decal.
Have you also had positive experiences, though, with law enforcement?
I just did, probably like 3 weeks ago. I was coming down Martin Luther King, and I had just bought a new car, and I got it from out of town, so I still had the out-of-town dealer plate on it. And they were saying that my registration was expired.
and I know my registration wasn't expired because I had just got the car. I just didn't have time to switch it over. So the officer could have took my car and impounded it, but they gave me tickets and they let me carry on with my day.
So, I think that's so important to say. I think it depends on communication and having the right people behind the job. What do you think is going to take to maybe fix the culture of policing? So when a black person is walking down the street, they don't feel like they're criminalized for their skin color.
I mean, that's definitely a tough question to ask, but to be honest, now
Want to change?
Yeah, we definitely see with these guys getting charged and convicted of this crime, I think they'll have a different outlook on the way they approach people.
Thank you so much. What is your name, sir?
My name is Alejandro.
Alejandro, mucho gusto. Nice to meet you.
You're beautiful.
Thank you. Have a good. Thank you. So that was Alejandro. He was talking to us about both positive and an experience that was uncomfortable with law enforcement. And we're seeing that from a lot of people that they're saying, we do know good police officers, but we want the rest, the ones that are racist, the ones that just get changed by a systemic racism to not be working because it gives a bad name to the rest of the people. Just like when you have bad protesters, it gives a bad name to the rest of the protesters. Right. So you have to look at it that way.
That's right, Astrid. Astrid Martinez live for us. Great interview, Astrid. Thanks so much. Barmel Lyons is out among the protesters where there is a police officer talking with some protesters right now. Barmel, what's going on? All right, not sure if Barmel can hear us, but you could see this woman protester who is very emphatically speaking to this police officer from Atlanta PD. Barmel, maybe you could sort of sum up what we're watching there.
So right now we see protesters at the front of the line. They're communicating with APD, and this is a little bit different. Today they have their bikes. They're talking to the people. They're trying to interact, hear what protesters have to say. I want to hear one. Let's listen to what Atlanta Police Department have to say.
We'll see people on the other side of the bikes. I think that
how much time do it take?
You know
if you feel pain and somebody dies, and you watch somebody die for 8 minutes, 8 fucking minutes, how much time do it take for it to recollect in your head that what you're doing is not on our
right
side?
Now, language is sort of going awry right now, but I want to just showcase that they have been communicating. He has been advocating to communicate with the community, but right now everybody just wants to have their voice heard. Everybody just wants to be able to have justice for George Floyd, and that's really the goal of this whole protest. Now, a lot of people have sort of been marching. It's emptied out right over here, but I want to just take you to the community. There's just a mass amount of people out here, not only on that line, but just in the back over here. Now, we're at the intersection of Centennial Olympic Park and Marietta Street. And all generations, all walks of life are here. We have seen no violence today, and we are reaching to 7:19, and time is moving on. 9 o'clock is around the corner, but at this time, everybody's been able to communicate and have a voice.
All right, Barmel Lyons live for us. Barmel, thank you very much. And yeah, I guess we probably should mention, Sean, because we have had some language that's made its way on to our broadcast that we would not ordinarily include in a newscast. And obviously we control that the best we can, but there's only so much we can do, so we apologize if anyone's offended.
So if you are just joining us as we stream on our CBS 46 streaming app, or joining us via CBS46.com. This is day 6 of, it's 6 consecutive days of protests in the city of Atlanta. Today has been, the mood has shifted tremendously once the information in the news broke out of Minnesota, where those 4 officers that were involved in the arrest and death of George Floyd have now all been arrested. Derek Chauvin, who put his knee into George Floyd's neck, he had his charges upgraded to 2nd-degree murder. And the other 3 officers who, that's Derek Chauvin right there, he's facing the stiffest charges, which is 2nd-degree manslaughter. But the other 3 officers, 3 of whom were also, 2 of whom were assisting in his arrest by leaning on his body. laying on. He has the independent autopsy report that the family got that contradicts what came from the state, as that the independent autopsy showed that he had injuries to both his back and his neck. And when you look at the video that the bystander shot, there was a knee to his neck, and then several other officers were also holding him down and pressing their body weight on his back. Now all 4 are facing charges. The other 3 are facing charges of aiding and abetting with second-degree manslaughter. This is a story that really, those charges, if you look at it from the vantage point of a protester or even someone who is a civil rights activist, those charges came by as a part of this civil unrest that we have seen not only in Atlanta, but Rick, really across the country. Because prior to the civil unrest, the state of Minnesota had not moved to do anything to those 4 officers after the death of George Floyd. And it created a swelling of an uprising. And as horrible as it has been to watch innocent small business owners suffer tremendous amount of damage. We saw companies get looted. And Carolyn Ryan did a story that was just gut-wrenching. It was a property manager of properties around underground Atlanta. And he came out to just survey the damage of the properties that he managed there. And he was by agitators that were on location outside of those properties, almost beat him to the point of death and left him there to die. Miraculously, he made it. If we could show the images of him, if we can, it is just tragic. I mean, he suffered a skull fracture, eyes were bruised. You can barely recognize his face because he was beaten so badly. That's just some of the stories we're hearing from innocent bystanders who had nothing to do whatsoever with what happened with George Floyd, but this uprising of instigators that even the governor of Georgia has said he believes that these were individuals who are part of Antifa, or at least the president of the United States says, but the governor of Georgia believes that they're outside white supremacist organizations that have led to some of the violence that has really put an ugly black eye on the city of Atlanta.
I mean, like you said, I like that you called them agitators and not protesters. It's easy for us to sort of slip and lump them all together, and we really shouldn't do that because, in my mind anyway, the protesters are the ones who are out there marching peacefully, holding signs and exercising their First Amendment rights, whereas the agitators almost look like they are trying to blend in or stay out of the spotlight up until about 10 minutes to curfew. And that's when they come out and they start to wreak their havoc. We saw on the very first night of protests some major damage and destruction, chaos on the streets of downtown Atlanta, fires, police cars set on fire, buildings set on fire, businesses looted, the sign and the windows leading into the CNN world headquarters just completely smashed. But those were not protesters. Those were the agitators. Those were the people that saw an opportunity to come in to downtown Atlanta and to stir up trouble. And we don't know, obviously, what their political affiliations are. Frankly, it doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is that these are bad people, and that the police chief and the mayor and the governor decided that they were not going to allow these agitators to take control of the streets of Atlanta one more time. And so that was really it. Night 1 was where we saw the destruction. Night 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 is where we saw police really sort of honing in on their strategy, learning their lessons from the previous nights about these agitators and where they go and how to stop them, and then putting these new tactics in place to shut down downtown Atlanta at 9 o'clock. Last night it wasn't even 9:30, and we didn't see any protesters out on the streets. That's how effectively the police were able to clear everybody out when it came for the curfew. And I guess we should mention, when we're talking about curfew, there is a curfew in place through the weekend. It's 9 o'clock again tonight and tomorrow night. And then for those protesters who want to come out again Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, the curfew is at 8 o'clock on those 3 nights.
And we have an update from the Atlanta Police Department from the protests. We're in day 6, so from Monday, actually from the first night of protests on Friday up until Monday, there were a total of 426 protesters that were arrested in Atlanta. Those from out of state that were considered agitators, they were from many different places, including Tennessee, Alabama, the Carolinas, as far away as New Mexico, California, New York City, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Colorado, also Louisiana and Maryland. The other issue that we were able to get information from Atlanta Police Department is we broke down the arrests by ethnicity. There were 271 black people arrested, 128 white people, 20 Hispanics, and 3 Asians. When we asked the question directly to the head of GBI, the director, we asked him if because he was saying that he believed there were white supremacist groups and there were individuals that were agitators that they were monitoring, but he did not give us the names or identify which group they were coming from.
And that may come. We may learn that in the future as police begin to sort of take a step back from these events of the last week plus and learn their lessons and talk about things that they may want to do differently next time around, if and when there is a next time. As we take a look at these young people, again, and this is what it is to be an American. And obviously some Americans have it easier than others, no doubt. No one's going to argue with you, but we all have the same right when it comes to our right to assemble and to peaceably protest and have our voices be heard. And so that's what this group of people and all the other protesters out there right now are doing, marching the streets of downtown Atlanta on a day of a lot of news. As we've told you, the other 3 officers involved in the killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis a week ago Monday have now been charged with second-degree murder, aiding and abetting. The main officer whose knee was placed on the neck of Mr. Floyd, his charge of third-degree murder was upgraded to a second-degree murder, a more serious charge today. The Keith Ellison, the Minnesota State Attorney General, making those announcements this afternoon. And so that's a positive development for a lot of people who are out marching here in Atlanta, in Minnesota, and around the country. They're happy about that. They do want to see convictions, but they're happy about these arrests and these charges.
And I think that has helped change the mood of what we've seen with these protesters. Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms just tweeting within the last half hour that Atlanta is accepting the challenge from former President Barack Obama. The mayor says she will issue an executive order establishing a commission of stakeholders and organizers to examine our use of force policies and a call upon them to make recommendations accordingly. This after 6 Atlanta police officers have been arrested involving the excessive force used on 2 college students here in Atlanta. Our coverage is going to continue tonight on Peachtree TV at 9. We are going to sign off tonight at 7:30 as we're streaming. But we want to encourage you to let you know to stay with us. Rick and I are going to take a break, but our cameras are going to stay in position along with our crews so you can continue to watch what has been a beautiful day of protesting here in the city of Atlanta. We will rejoin you in an hour tonight at 9 on Peachtree TV and then again at 11 o'clock on CBS 46 News. So again, this is the perfect time to download the CBS 46 News app.
That's right. Thanks for joining us on our social media platforms. We'll see you in about an hour.
But I get it. It's okay. I get it.
Unos días para que pueda hablar con su jefe y a ver si puede hacer algo por ellos. Entonces, al arrodillarse con una muestra de respeto hacia ellos, hacia su raza, entonces estaba hablando con ellos.
You know what she will do? And I'm going to say something that may be I think that we all should reach out. Since we know, one thing I know about her is that she's a good leader. I think we're just trying to make sure that the environment
There's no mayors and no governors out. There's a protest in every state in this country. And you have no mayors and no governors out. Let her stand with us. She's one of us. Right. This is our city.
I think that's fair, man. And I'll ask. That's all I can tell you. You know, I can do what I can do. At least what I like.
Man, I know we got clubs going on now. COVID shit going on.
You know what? This is better than fear. Can I stand up now? Appreciate y'all, man. You know, I haven't seen it. And people are like, well, how's that possible? You know, we go home super late, we wake up super early, and, you know, I'm not really on social media. I haven't had a chance to be perfectly honest. If I spoke on it, and all of them are good guys, and I know some people want to hear, I think it'd be easy to vilify those men. Those are good men, and I don't know, to be honest, I don't know the whole thing. I have not stopped and spent the whatever duration of the video is watching. So I can't speak on something I'm not aware of. You feel what I'm saying? I mean, I know that people oftentimes make statements, but I don't think it's a good idea for me to guess and speculate. You see what I'm saying? And to be honest with you, it's not something you really you think. You know what I'm saying? Once everything's settled.
I mean, I think we can get to our spot. A little bit. Do you think the pressure to this is going to cause
enemy. What enemy? Brotherhood. It's unity. Black man. Black power.
These young brothers tired, man. They tired of doing it the old way, man. It's a whole new way of doing it, man. America, pay attention, man. It's in y'all hands. The ball in y'all court.
Tell them, Pastor.
We can do it, hell.
Tell them, Pastor.
Man, but we want to do it in peace. We want to do it in harmony. Come on, man. We all together.
Trying to get some money.
One nation under a group.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And number some love.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Pastor, turn this thing.
That way, man. You already know. Y'all see these boys, man? Y'all see that hurt in their eyes? Y'all see how tired these boys are? They're too young to be this tired, man.
Yes, sir.
Too young to be this tired.
Absolutely.
Y'all pay attention, man. Let's go. Let's fix this. Let's fix this. We can fix it. Can we fix it?
Hey,
you know we can.
Real Atlanta.
If they can get together,
Real Atlanta.
the whole world can get together. The whole world can get together, man. The world can get together.
The whole world.
That's what Pastor
The
Trump.
whole world. Pastor Troy is saying.
Black power. Black power. Hey, this one black man, black people.
Pastor Troy.
Straight up, like that. Walk off like that. All nations. All nations. All nations come together. Protectors of the community. All nations. Masons, Moors, all nations come together. This is one nation.
Well, at least they came to us. I don't think they're going to be.
I think it's a different crowd. That's a different crowd than the crowd that was lined up along the fence. I think they're gone at 8. They left.
Are we cutting a story or something?
Come on, Ty, they gonna find the reward.
Camera ran out of fucking
Good work, man.
Be good.
Yeah.
Bro, I don't know if you hit the ball.
2, 3, 4, 5. Can you hear me? There's my check. Very low.
Yeah, I had to pull it down.
All right, how about now? My check.
I had to pull it down so the grip broke.
My check. I got
Yeah, Aisha, it is still very similar to what it was last night. As far as the crowd size goes, it's very similar. It looks like this around this time yesterday, which we're about a little less than an hour from the match. The crowd, for the most part, it's just sitting down and eating. Right now, it's decent. There hasn't been anything going on in the play. My guess is definitely when I saw that, it definitely energized the crowd a little bit. And it wasn't just me who saw that, and it kind of caught my attention. Other people, other protesters here really were drawn to that, and they were asking them questions. They were cheering them on. And one person who was out here who was speaking a lot about that is Pastor Troy, who is a musical artist here in Atlanta. He talked a lot about how significant that moment is, and for people who see it later or see it at home, he told me that he wants people to know how significant it is for these young men to get together and display something like that for everyone to see. And basically the message is this whole thing is bigger than any differences they have, and it's meant to show unity. It's meant to show that Atlanta can get together for a bigger cause.
definitely will view it.
I like how
There's a bunch of protesters at Piedmont Park in Alexandria.
whoever is to tell them that my shot's going to be at 8:45. We've got to get ready so my shot's not going to be held up. Do some stuff to get ready. So who do you text on Slack?
Black Lives Matter and SLP
I love you!
We're gonna walk out of here with our hands up. We're gonna walk out of here with our hands up, Lord.
Yes!
We need you, Lord, as a people. Right now! Right now, Lord, we need you. More than ever, Lord, the world is watching us. The world is watching you all. He's watching me, he's watching you. Let's be better. Let's be better. Don't do it. Don't think about it. What can I do? You know what you can do. What you can do is now. I'm sorry for putting you people in this position at the same time. We need to see that this is something we have to do. It starts now. It's so good. Take your hands up. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this. I'm tired. Not yet. 1 minute left. 1 minute. 1 minute. I beg of all of you guys. We have the anger, but let's walk out of here. I'm not saying nothing. It is their move. It is their move. We are away from the businesses right now. I got us away from the business, from all the promotion. Whatever the antagonists are that are out there, guess what? The Coast Guard will deal with them. The National Guard will deal with them. It's something happening to the National Guard. We are members. I love my city. I love my city.
We love you too.
Lord, I pray for these people, Lord. I man, this is simple, man. I want changes like everybody else does. I'm out here. I could be anywhere in the world right now. I'm not even a resident of the city. I could be anywhere in the world right now. But I'm here with y'all, okay? Let's make a change. I pray protection over all of you. I pray protection. I pray God discern where you have to go after this. We're going to walk out of here. We're going to leave out of here. Everyone has to go their ways. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. The people that are having peaceful picnics right now. I'm sorry, but this needs to be seen.
On that spot.
Hands up, yo. We all reflection of each other. Protection. I pray blessings over you. Our abundance is so much abundance around you. You guys are just open up and just accept it. In Jesus' name? In Jesus' name?
No peace! No peace! No peace!
One more time! Repeat after me! Think together! Respect! Respect! Honor! Honor! Love! Love! Loyalty! Loyalty! Quality! Quality! Right now! Right now! Justice! Justice! Right now! 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 Right now!
Where is it? Bro, we walk home. Don't walk alone, man.
Get to your car! Hands up! I don't know. This is not ours. It's just a good foundation we know of. It's wicked. WCID 2020. What can I do? That's a powerful message. What can I do? Please pass the word. Let this go viral.
There's somebody.
I said respect! Respect! Love! Love! Loyalty! Loyalty! Quality! Quality! Justice! Justice! Right now! 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 Right now!
Wait, okay, hold on. Hi, Walt. Cam?
I'm just saying, like,
all right.
Put your hands up. When you leave Kings and Queens, leave with your hands up. My white people, everybody, leave with your hands up. It's on them now. It's called Wicked, WCID 2020. That's one of the organizations I can really give for real.
Are you dispersing?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to disperse.
Is it okay if I take it back?
Yes. No.
I'll be here tomorrow, too.
Yeah, hit me up. Go to the page WCID 2020. Yeah, what can I do 2020? We got to stay in the group.
Catch up with the group so you don't get lost.
Yeah, it's close to the 30 minutes. Or it's close to Baker.
COVID and stuff like that. Yeah, or is it a hit? Oh! Whoa.
I want to get up a little closer so it seems like we're in the crowd.
We out here live.
right here.
You CBS? You the one who wrote me greatness at work? You the one who wrote me greatness at work? I know CBS wrote me something in New York in the office. When we get the major protest Sunday in the office.
Good evening. If you're just joining us, we are live streaming on CBS46.com and the CBS 46 streaming app. You're looking at pictures from Chopper 46 and the public safety alert that many of us who live in Atlanta, if you have a phone with an Atlanta area code, you have been dispersed, you have been issued that public safety alert that's texted out by the city of Atlanta warning of the curfew that starts at 9 p.m. tonight. But as you can see, if they have their phones or if they've looked at the multiple billboards that are positioned across downtown Atlanta to remind folks there is a 9 p.m. curfew, you can see the crowds are still growing. There is a plume of smoke right in the center of your screen. I suspect that may be from either the car or tires being spinned to create that type of friction on the road. We've seen that before over the last few nights. And Rick, we've got reporters positioned all across everywhere where protesters are. And Barmel, right. You are with protesters who have been climbing on top of crosswalk signs, surrounded by hundreds of protesters saying no peace.
That's right, Sean. We have seen a lot of protesters say no justice, no peace. But just take a look behind me. As you can see, there are still a lot of protesters in this area. We're at Centennial Olympic Park, just at the intersection of Marietta Street, and it doesn't seem like they're going home anytime soon. It is currently 8:39, and 9 o'clock is when that curfew hits. The public safety alert has already went out telling people, hey, at 9 o'clock, it's time to go home. We do not want to have to do anything, so make sure you go home at that time. You can still see police lined up at this time. I haven't seen any gas masks as of yet, but as the time counts down, that tear gas could soon be a possibility. Now, throughout the day, it's been a very peaceful protest. We've seen a lot of people just communicate with the officers, talk about the change that they want inflicted in the community. I even got to see one of the officers, Sergeant Murphy, take a knee with some of the protesters and say, hey, I want to have impact with you. I want to create that change. What can we do? How can we help the community? Now, again, we've seen all generations, all people from different denominations come down here to protest in advocacy for a new time, a difference for their voices to be heard in justice for George Floyd.
Barmel, stand by if you would, as we take a look at these pictures of some young men climbing some of the lampposts out there in downtown Georgia, or downtown Atlanta, I should say, as we inch closer and closer to the time when police begin to start sort of giving out their first set of warnings, letting the crowd know verbally that we're getting close to the 9 o'clock curfew. If you have a car nearby, or you're taking public transportation or riding a bicycle, whatever you're doing to get home, now would be a good time for you to start moving in that direction and heading out. And we've seen this over the last couple of nights. In fact, Sean, over really the span of the last 4 nights, we've seen the police change their tactics each night, sort of tweak their plan in order to respond more effectively to what the protesters have been doing. And each night they've become more and more effective at clearing these streets in time for the curfew. Astrid Martinez is down amongst the protesters. Astrid, tell us where you are and what are you seeing?
Okay, so I'm still at the Hudson Grill right here at the corner of Centennial Park Drive. I'm across from CNN. I'm seeing a bunch of protesters still here demonstrating peacefully. They did get distracted by a little burnout that happens, almost every night around this time. But so far, it's still peaceful. We are getting close, of course, to that curfew time. There has the National Guard or the law enforcement have not done that loudspeaker warning yet. That usually is about 15 minutes before, but see, there's another burnout again. That usually catches everyone's attention for a couple seconds, and then they go back to the message on hand, which is, of course, trying to get reform for policing departments and just remembering the people that have been victims of police brutality. For the most part, from where I'm standing, it's been a very peaceful protest. Everyone has been, just calm, excited though. We heard that music before from that Hudson Grill. I did want to point out though that you could see that it closed about 5 minutes ago. So that place has shut down. And then we also saw National Guard come out. They weren't out before. There was just law enforcement or cones up the street. But now you see the National Guard and Army tankers are out just to make sure that they block off the roads when people start running. Typically, that's when they do. Typically start running around 9 o'clock if they're defying curfew. If we look over here, you'll just see more protesters. This is typically what happens around this time. People start walking away, trying to they want to oblige with the curfew if they have families, if they have children, and then you'll have some lingering around. You do always have the organizers that beg either the rioters or looters. There's some firecrackers. Just seeing some firecrackers going up. That also happens every night. But around this time is when we start seeing who the real protesters are. The protesters are the ones that have been marching all day. They're here for a message and they're here to make change. They want to typically leave around 9 o'clock. So you'll see them withering out. Then you'll see the difference between protesters, rioters, looters, provocateurs, and, the ones that are enticing people to start, maybe causing some problems. Those are we called agitators. Typically around this time, that's when police officers start identifying who's who, and then they have they're not snipers, but they have people from top of buildings just on the lookout for them. Most part, like I said, peaceful, but there is definitely a crowd that looks like they are not going to be leaving around that 9 o'clock hour. What I don't see, however, is that red billboard sign that we usually see every night that says 9 p.m. curfew. That has not been here downtown. And if it does appear on this electronic billboard, I would say that it appears every other seconds because typically it's on all night. So guys, here we are still like we've been for the last 6 nights. Seems to be a little dance that goes on between protesters, demonstrators, and law enforcement, and we'll see what develops as we get closer to that curfew time, just about 15 minutes away.
All right, Astrid, we have had over the last 6 nights over 400 arrests for those who choose to break the law, break the curfew, become agitators, and cause damage to buildings in downtown Atlanta. Let's go to Brittany Etney. Brittany, you're at a location that, for those who've been familiar with our coverage, you've been there with those bicycle police. We're about 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes from the curfew going into effect, and those bicycle officers are still there. So it's a sign that it's still very peaceful.
Yeah, that's right, Sean. Right now, the bicycle response team, they haven't switched to any kind of gas mask. They're still wearing all of the same equipment as earlier, and they haven't increased in numbers. It is the same amount of units that we've had all day. I can tell you that the crowd's energy is starting to change. You've seen the burnouts out here. You saw a few fireworks get set off. There's a guy across the street on top of a traffic signal standing with a sign. Another gentleman now joining him up there. They're holding a sign that says, "No justice, no peace." So, we're starting to see that transition into kind of what the energy has done for the past few nights once we get closer to that 9 p.m. curfew time. We do see some people heading home, but for the most part right now, a big bulk of the crowd has continued to stay. About 30 minutes ago, I spoke with one man who told me that his plan and what he was going to try to influence the crowd to do was to, at 9 o'clock, everyone sit down, everyone be quiet, and to be unified in sitting down together. But that kind of changed around 8:30. Everyone was sitting with their legs crossed towards the center, and then for some reason the crowd kind of got hyped back up again, and then haven't seen that revert back to sitting down. It's been everyone standing since then. I can tell you that over to our left, tactical vehicles have moved up. So we are seeing kind of that next line, that formation coming to support the bicycle response team. But again, so far right now, it has been peaceful, but we just know that something may happen at 9 o'clock if people do not go home and respect that 9 p.m. curfew. Guys.
Brittany, yesterday you spoke with Atlanta City Councilman of District 3, Antonio Brown, and he had mentioned that if we could just get a peaceful night when folks would go home before the curfew is over, that this can finally get lifted. It looks like those individuals, that stubborn pocket, is going to test the law enforcement agencies again.
They are testing the resolve, Sean, and as we heard him passionately speak last night, he said, look, he can work at a city level on getting that 9 p.m. curfew lifted, but in order for that to happen, they need all the protesters and all of the crowds, they need their support and they need their help and assistance to get that done. And that means by respecting that curfew, not coming out. I do want to mention, though, we have had a very peaceful, calm, united day of marching and walking. We've walked about 4.5 miles with protesters around this downtown area, and we've seen people really coming out here to have their voices heard, and that should not be discounted just because a smaller group of possible, aggressors choose to come out and do something at 9 p.m., Sean.
All right, Brittany, thanks very much. Stand by. We'll check back with you in a moment. And the script has become almost predictable, familiar over the last couple of nights. At 8:48, we can expect within the next few minutes, if this goes the way that it has the last several nights, Sean, we could expect to see some of those police in tactical gear, in riot gear, holding their batons as they begin to try to push the crowd back. Not in a confrontational way, just little marching steps towards the crowd to give them, a very unclear message that it is, a very clear message rather, that it's time for them to go home. And so we'll watch as all this unfolds as we go back and talk to Barmel Lyons. Barmel, describe the scene where you are.
Well, check it out right behind me. You can see the National Guard as well as the Atlanta Police Department getting set up with their gas mask. That means tear gas will soon be deployed as the time reaches toward 9 o'clock. You can see them preparing not only the SWAT vehicles. I want to just show you this. As you can see, their shields, their gas masks, as well as just their tactical gear. Now across the line where police have led, you can see their bicycles right over here. Protesters are still present in this area. Those cars recently were there, they were doing burnouts, but it seems like some of them have left the scene, but we still see some trucks out there playing music and just protesting. People still talking to the police saying, hey, no justice, no peace. But right now it still seems very active on the scene. Doesn't seem like anyone's moving as of yet, but I do want to mention that this crowd has started to loosen in regards to the amount of people that are in that area. But I want you to look down the road, down the street. You see that National Guard? They're still preparing in that location. If you can see them with their shields just in the distance. And it seems as every day, as you guys have been saying, they've become more strategic about the way they sort of go after in regards to after the curfew. They want to make sure people are getting home in time so they don't have to do this. But it seems as though they want to avoid a situation like Friday happening again at any means that they can. They've been communicating with the community. As you can see, they've been talking to the people at the front lines right there. But as 9 o'clock hits, it seems as though more and more gas masks are being put on and tactical gear is out.
And Barmel, it directly in front of us in our screen from your vantage point, we're looking at those electronic billboards, and it appears that they are cycling out with commercials and then the message of that there is a curfew in the city of Atlanta.
That's right, Sean. They're making it known. They're making sure you get it not only on your phone, you're seeing it on those screens that you're seeing up there that have been switching out. They want everybody to be aware of this so that there's no excuse as to why you're out here past the time. Now, everyone says that they are protesting, they want their voices to be heard, and they don't want to be shooed away. But at this point in time, it seems as though as time moves closer, the inevitability of tear gas being the next step seems to be real. I want to focus on the crowd right now, but I also want to take a turn right back to the National Guard so you can just see as they prepare, what it's looking like. As time moves on, it seems like every day, again, they get more strategic about the way they are doing things. It was very calm at the front of the line. They didn't have people in shields at the front of the line today, but rather just them talking to the community, even going out there with the protesters. We had Sergeant Murphy talking and taking a knee with some of the protesters. Even the National Guard coming out there talking to the protesters saying, hey, what can we do to inflict this change? But once 9 o'clock hit, they are very strict about this curfew.
The Governor Brian Kemp, tweeting out how the National Guard troops are on standby, ready to continue providing support in Atlanta to ensure a peaceful protest and compliance with the city of Atlanta's 9 p.m. curfew. And one thing that the governor made very clear today was that despite from our CBS 46 exclusive investigation with Jamie Kennedy, we do know that there are some law enforcement agencies that have pulled out because of recent developments with some Atlanta police officers being arrested and charged for excessive force with the 2 college students that were arrested during day 1 of the protest. So the question now, as we're watching these pictures, is if there is conflict and some aggressive measures taken by law enforcement, will we still see that same large force? So we have been told that some of the agencies that have been pulled out. Barmel, are you talking?
Well, it's interesting here. Yeah, it's interesting here because at first I feel like we had more of a presence here in this area, but it seems as though what they're doing is because they have such a big community out here. They're not only staying in this location, but as you saw, they were down the road, and they're going to be all around the downtown Atlanta area. And even they're cutting off every entry point of where protesters can go, just because they said 9 p.m. is that curfew, and they want people to abide by that.
And
again,
Barmel, I'm going to interrupt you for just a second because we're showing these images. If you're just watching us for the first time and you see those officers in riot gear and you see them with a weapon that looks very similar to like a machine gun, that is not a machine gun. That's actually the type of weaponry that they're using to de-escalate the crowd by using less lethal measures and are using the rubber bullets. We have seen pictures from some of the protesters who have shown us here at CBS 46 what the injury looks like if you get struck by one of those rubber bullets. It's going to leave a mark. It leaves a mark, it's sort of a puncture into the skin, and really, really big bruises. And then we heard yesterday, Barmel, with our crews out in the field, that it seems like the tear gas that they're using is at an elevated quality to inflict a heavier pain to the chest and to the eyes, and it's burning on the skin. And as we're watching these pictures, Atlanta police in their full riot gear are starting to approach that front line where they get in formation, for a lack of words, and they sort of do this cat and mouse where they march a little and then retreat, march a little and then stop, and then keep going forward. But Barmel, also yesterday we saw it was less of that, and they actually aggressively went into the crowd.
They did, and as you can see, I wanted to take it back over to the protesters. Here's the good news: it's starting to thin out. Fortunately, those vehicles, I see one right there, still present, playing music. But as you can see, they are not playing around when it comes to making sure people adhere to that protocol in regards to that curfew. And there are rubber bullets. Yesterday we were at the Capitol, and we did experience that tear gas, and that tear gas not only burns your eyes, but it burns your nose, it burns your face. So that higher grade that you're speaking of does affect you significantly, Sean.
It's interesting. We've heard from our crews out in the field that in their opinion, as we approach the 5-minute mark, less than 5 minutes until the curfew, the 9 o'clock curfew, that the tear gas that the police have used has gotten stronger each night. It's gotten more and more difficult for the protesters to handle. Brittany Edney, tell us what's going on. We are just a couple of minutes away now from that 9 o'clock curfew.
Look, the bike crew is moving, Brittany, behind you.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. Rick, I do want to address what you just said. I asked a member of the National Guard about the intensity that our crews noticed across the board. A lot of our reporters, photographers, and security teams, they all mentioned how they felt like the tear gas was stronger, but I was just told by the National Guard that it was not any stronger. It was nothing that was used differently, but honestly, their opinion was it might have just been the wind and conditions that kind of blew it more into our face for a more direct exposure to that tear gas, which is why it kind of hurt more for our crews. I will also tell you that a National Guard member just gave me a pair of eyewear glasses. They came over and said, "Hey, do you have a gas mask?" photographer has a gas mask on. I said, no, I don't. He handed me over his personal eyewear and said, put these on. So I can tell you that all of these responders are switching over to their gas masks. They're getting prepared for what could happen next. Sean, Rick.
Brittany, we're watching a scene right now. I'm not sure if you can see this, but of a young protester sitting in the middle of the crosswalk. And it looked like a member of law enforcement approached him, spoke to him about something, but he's still sitting there. Even as we get closer, I'm sure he's been told about the curfew, but he's not moving. Do you know what's going on?
Yeah, Rick, I am just feet away from what is happening, and it's hard to distinguish at this point. We have a lot of members of the press and other people who are taking photos of this scene right now. But as far as the conversation that is happening, we are not sure. All I can tell you is that this individual is sitting, has not moved, and right now there is a conversation going on between responders and them. Rick? Oh, hang on. This is the warning to the crowd, you guys. If you can hear this right now, this is the APD sending their warning. We'll send it to you.
You can hear clearly, Brittany, as we're watching these images, that the Atlanta Police Department is using some type of sound system to get the message out to that pocket of protesters that it is time to evacuate the area. We are less than 2 minutes away from the curfew, making every opportunity to allow these individuals to go home so they won't have to face either being detained or getting tear gassed or even worse, getting struck by a rubber bullet. You see the police officers were able to successfully, this individual is using a walker, and they were able to successfully negotiate her to get off the ground and at least get out of harm's way. Again, you are watching pictures. This is downtown Atlanta, just outside of Centennial Park, a very familiar scene where protesters have declined, at least a pocket of them, have declined to leave the area. We're going to switch to our coverage on Peachtree TV. Stay with us. Protesters react to the news that all 4 officers fired and the death of George Floyd now faces charges.
In Atlanta,
We're fighting for justice. We're advocating for change.
Decatur, and elsewhere.
I can't breathe.
People marching and demanding change.
It just was not what we're accustomed to.
Atlanta's police chief caught off guard by charges against 4 officers involved in tasing a young couple Saturday night. But first, we have breaking news at 9 on CBS 46 News. Tonight's curfew for the city of Atlanta is now in effect. It will be at 9 p.m. until sunrise tonight and tomorrow night. Good evening. I'm Sean Gables.
And I'm Rick Fulbaum. Tonight and tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, the curfew will be 1 hour earlier at 8 p.m. And there is one major change to tell you about tonight. All 4 officers fired after George Floyd was killed in Minnesota, they are now facing charges, all of them. The officer charged with killing Floyd, Derek Chauvin, has had his charges upgraded to second-degree murder. And he is the officer who pressed his knee on George Floyd's neck, the videotape that has really prompted this mass protests around the country and around the world. The 3 other fired officers will be charged with aiding and abetting second-degree murder.
Earlier in the day, the Floyd family visited the site where George Floyd took his last breath. Along with attorney Benjamin Crump, they knelt and prayed for justice.
We cannot have 2 justice systems in America, one for Black America and one for white America.
I'm here reunited with my family, trying to get justice for my father.
Floyd's son thanked protesters for supporting his family. Now, our reporters have seen so much in the course of covering these marches.
Our Astrid Martinez has been on the streets every night for us. Astrid, you're there again tonight. We are now at that 9 o'clock curfew. Tell us what's going on and where are you?
It's actually a different turn of events today. The National Guard stayed behind. They didn't come out really in their gas mask information like they typically do to push demonstrators or protesters that are here last minute. All on their own, most of the crowd dispersed. The people that are been here all day that have been organizing, they beg with the people that stay last minute to leave. And you can actually see everyone actually left in peace. There's only a handful of people here behind. A lot of the people telling, the ones that stay here last minute to cause any type of harm or to hijack the protest, to go home, to come back tomorrow, that we can do it again peacefully. There are some people that are upset with Keisha Lance Bottoms saying, why would you silence us? A curfew is to silence the city. But this is a much different look than we've seen any other night. Take a look around. There is no formation. The street is actually, sort of open. There's a car to my left, but we do have at the end of every street, every single corner. If we go around in a loop, you'll see there is National Guard at every single end of the street. Only a handful of people left. This is very different than we've seen in any other night. It's a different strategy. They didn't come out pushing. We did get that, final minute warning, but law enforcement held back and they let the people that have been organizing this event to just really handle the rest of the crowd on their own. And they did. One by one, they started leaving. Only like a dozen people here left behind. If I were to ask law enforcement, which I've asked every other night, how did this night turn out? They would tell me successful. And that's what it seems like. But protesters are not done with their message. Everyone I spoke with says they will be back. Right now, only thing we see is a little bit of disagreements between the people that are left behind on what they want to do next. Much different strategy from law enforcement, and we did see protesters and the ones that are in charge, the ones that were able to get their voices heard, telling the rest of the crowd to go home, and they did on their own.
Astrid Martinez live for us. Astrid, we'll check back with you in a moment. If you think that only young people are marching in this protest, think again.
Yeah, there are young children and elderly among these demonstrations. Let's check in with Barmel Lyons. Barmel, we saw a very peaceful breakup with Astrid. Was yours similar to that?
Yes, it was very peaceful all throughout the day. And they walked all throughout downtown Atlanta. And traffic was significantly impacted because more and more people seem to be coming every single day. From Monday to today, we've just seen rounds and rounds of people who are standing in the front right there, also on the pedestrian walk right there on the signs. And now we can see, take a look as Atlanta Police Department starts to move a little bit further from their line, getting into formation to tell people to move like they have for the last few nights. They have zip ties on them. That's what they use to detain people past the 9 o'clock hour. And it looks like they're just going to start going after people in this area. You can see them walking. Now, this is a different approach than they have for the last few nights because less people are out here. As Astrid has said, only a handful are here tonight as compared to any other night where they had to use a tactic of saying move, or even using the tear gas. I haven't seen them deploy any tear gas tonight. So it seems like every night there's been moving of improvements of people understanding that 9 o'clock is not a time that you want to play with. And as Astrid was basically breaking down, on every corner, you will see the National Guard cornering off these areas, letting people know you need to be home. And you can actually take a look over here. You can see as the National Guard start to move out and sort of go across these streets. Now, throughout the day, I just want to emphasize this was a very peaceful protest. Everyone speaking their mind, getting their voices heard, having interactions with Atlanta Police Department saying this is what we want, this is what we need in order to have justice within our community, justice within our nation, talking to the commanders of National Guard. Now, they walked not only from here at Centennial Olympic Park at the intersection of Marietta Street, but they were around the fence having a line of solidarity and protest for the injustice that has been put upon this country. I want to emphasize what we see around here because it's very powerful. It's just to see everyone come out, congregate, and just have just the opportunity to speak out and have their voices heard.
Powerful is a very good word for it, Barmel. Thank you. As we saw one man being taken away with that zip tie behind him, we'll see if there are any more, Sean, that follow.
Far fewer, Rick, than we saw yesterday.
Far fewer is right. A heartwarming moment, even in the midst of today's protests.
A man was using music to help calm tensions. Our CBS 46's Brittany Etney caught it all on camera. She joins us live with that part of the story. And Brittany, as you're walking with protesters, it seems that they fanned out. Now we can talk about the good stuff.
right, I just want to tell you what's going on right now, Sean. We are being told not to get into the way. We are walking with responders. They're doing something different than we have seen in the past night, and that is the parking lot where a lot of the media have been parking all of our vehicles. Well, they cut through there in some smaller numbers and started following protesters out. So instead of seeing that initial line of either APD or National Guard moving forward with shields, we saw a lot of law enforcement with the gas mask on split into smaller groups and start going out, cutting through the parking lot in order to kind of push the protesters towards vehicles, parking lots, and encouraging them to go home. The other thing is all of the roadblocks are still in place. There are still other lines developed as far as the National Guard being in place. So what I have kind of been talking to you guys about each night of reporting is the approach continues to evolve every night out here in downtown Atlanta, depending on what happened the night before. Sean, Rick.
And Brittany, let's talk about the good stuff now. You know, we've seen the positive that the law enforcement has not had to be as aggressive with the protesters this time around, but also some of the protesters during the day. You introduced us to one that had a beautiful saxophone, and we're going to come to you. We'll try to get that video so you can talk about it, but let's go to Ashley Thompson. Ashley, you were with demonstrators where you've also, they were on their way to Piedmont Park. You've seen them where they were shouting, they were happy, and I mean, they've gone home. They're listening to the curfew.
Yeah, no doubt. We were all the way down here at Centennial Olympic Park earlier today, as you guys saw, and then a large group of demonstrators then started making their way up Spring Street once again, and they went to Piedmont Park, and this was the first day those demonstrators actually went to Piedmont Park, and when they got to the park, they met on a grassy area. They all knelt down for a while, and then they all dropped to one knee for about 8 minutes. Now, you know, 8 minutes and 46 seconds is the time that officer's knee was on George Floyd's neck. And so the entire crowd, I mean, hundreds of people really fell silent and were just down on one knee, just remembering that and honoring George Floyd. And after, yes, much of the crowd dispersed. We're on our way back down to Centennial Olympic Park, that area, but much of the crowd dispersed. There are still some people outside, as you can see. It is past 9 o'clock, so you know, everyone is supposed to be indoors, but there are still some people outside right now. We're going to keep an eye on what's going on, but judging by Astrid and Brittany Edney and the rest of our reporters' live shots, it seems as if things are calmer tonight. And, you know, just walking down the streets of downtown Atlanta right now, I can tell you things are indeed calmer. You know, I was out with these demonstrators every night since Friday, and this is the first night where it's been this quiet. So we're going to continue to monitor things. I'm a little bit out of breath. That march, those are no joke.
Right.
I think it was about 5 miles. They went there and back, so we're going to continue to make our way back downtown to Centennial Olympic Park. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Ashley.
Our reporters are getting their steps in.
Oh,
Sean.
they're getting their exercise. And by the way, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, she has tweeted that she is going to be one of the guests on Ellen this week. So she'll have some positive news to share if this continues. What we're seeing, the response of both law enforcement not really having to do much work tonight, because the citizens of Atlanta, the protesters that were participating in a peaceful protest for much of the day, and some of this you might be able to attribute to the fact that there's been 4 arrests and charges filed against those officers who were involved with the arrest and eventual death of George Floyd. Stay with CBS 46 as we are on Peachtree TV tonight. We are covering the 6th day of protests as the citywide curfew is now in effect, and it appears we're off to a very peaceful evening. We'll be right back.
And welcome back. I'm Rick Fulbaum along with Sean Gables, and you are looking live at downtown Atlanta on night 6 of protests in the streets here in Atlanta and really around the country and around the world. The 9 o'clock curfew put in place by the mayor is in effect, and law enforcement on the scene doing a very effective job right now of clearing the streets away, and they're getting a lot of help from the protesters who have decided to abide by that curfew, at least most of them, as far as we can tell, and have left the area as they were instructed to do. So far, things are calm, and Sean, let's hope they stay that way.
We certainly do. We're keeping an eye out on the streets, but meanwhile, more fallout tonight, a direct result of this exclusive video aired live right here on CBS 46. Atlanta police officers using stun guns during an arrest on Saturday night.
Yeah, this is the body cam video. It is very difficult to watch. And you can see as this young couple is really pulled from that vehicle and tased and then cuffed. This video was reviewed after our video was shown, of course, right here live on CBS 46 and Peachtree TV. The video then went viral and 6 officers wound up being charged. And CBS 46 broke the news that the police chief was hoping to handle the matter internally, claiming that now, because of those charges, police from other jurisdictions are now unwilling to help patrol the streets here in Atlanta during the protests.
We spoke with, actually the chief spoke with CBS 46's Jamie Kennedy about where the department stands in response to DA Paul Howard's decision. Let's listen in.
It's a crime. It's a crime. And let me tell you, people are not fooled.
Fulton County DA Paul Howard is standing by his case and pushing back against comments made by Atlanta's police chief Erika Shields, saying he did discuss charges he's filed against 6 Atlanta police officers with both the chief and the mayor.
Not only did I speak with the chief as a matter of professional courtesy, I did not have to do it. Also talk with the mayor, and I believe I spoke with the mayor both by email and spoke with her on the phone.
Atlanta Police Chief Erika Shields criticised Howard's move on the basis of a, quote, exhaustive investigation.
He never indicated he was taking action as expeditiously as he did. The mayor called him after I told her. So to suggest that we were in any way aligned with him and had been considering this with him is improper.
On Sunday, Shields fired 2 of those officers for using what she says was excessive force in the incident with Morehouse student Messiah Young and Spelman student Tanaya Pilgrim.
We're in a very unforgiving space, and we have to do better at getting things right.
As protests continue in Atlanta, CBS 46 exclusively obtained this email from Shields to APD staff. She states, as a result of the charges brought against 4 of the officers, a number of agencies are pulling out from day-to-day operations.
Clayton County PD, Sheriff, South Fulton, Cobb Gwinnett.
But says if needed, those agencies are only a phone call away.
Just like with Friday night, if stuff is going south, I won't even need to call and they'll be here.
Chief Shields told me Paul Howard has cases involving APD officers dating back to 2015 that haven't been looked at, and questions why charges against the 6 officers happened so quickly. It is an election year. She says it's not hard to draw the conclusion that there were external motivators. In studio, Jamie Kennedy, CBS 46 News.
Jamie, thank you. Atlanta's mayor also speaking out exclusively to CBS 46 about the charges on the 6 Atlanta police officers. Here's what she told our Karen Greer late tonight.
I won't say that he jumped the gun. I'll just say that I was surprised that it happened so quickly. The timing was interesting, that charges were brought so swiftly on these officers, but we've not had any movement, at least that we can see, on some of our other officers.
Mayor Bottoms was with Atlanta Police Chief on Sunday announcing the termination of the 2 officers, saying the use of excessive force is never acceptable.
Right now from the live desk, protests continue today across the U.S. We want to take you live now to Los Angeles. This is a live look. Massive crowds protested there all throughout the day. The LA County curfew takes effect there at 9 o'clock tonight. Over to Boston, hundreds circled around Boston Common in nonviolent demonstrations throughout today. This was the scene in Minneapolis as demonstrators reacted to the news of charges against all 4 officers in George Floyd's death. They were heated in that debate. Meantime, peaceful protesters, that is, were once again in force in Washington, D.C. The demonstrations staged a silent lie-in outside of Capitol Hill. A 7 p.m. curfew remains in effect. By the way, National Guard soldiers remain on the ground in 31 states tonight. From the live desk, Alicia Roberts, CBS 46 News.
Alicia, thank you. Former President Jimmy Carter now weighing in on the protests tonight. Here is part of a statement from the Carter Center via Twitter. Quote, "We all must shine a spotlight on the immorality of racial discrimination, but violence, whether spontaneous or consciously incited, is not a solution. We need a government as good as its people, and we are better than this." End of quote.
Now, CBS 46 Pinpoint Weather, certified Atlanta's most accurate forecast.
Well, it's still very warm outside right now. Temperatures around Metro are hovering right around 80 degrees, and they'll actually stay in the 70s overnight, only briefly dropping into the upper 60s. So it's going to be a very humid night. We're under mostly cloudy skies, and there are just a few residual showers in the Rome area of Floyd County. Most of the rain stayed in Alabama today. That will not be the case going forward. So tonight, mostly cloudy, muggy, and warm. When you wake up tomorrow, it is going to be pretty cloudy outside, and that will be the story through the day. Definitely more clouds than sunshine. We are also going to see a lot more rain activity than we've seen the last couple of days. So here is your hour-by-hour forecast tomorrow, jumping into the 80s by noon. And then after the time you eat lunch, that's when those scattered afternoon thunderstorms will begin to pop up. But the difference with tomorrow is they're going to continue even after sunset. So if you are planning on being part of the protest tomorrow or doing anything outside, you need to know that these thunderstorms could continue all afternoon and evening as well. About a 30% chance to see them at any one time. But overall, it does look like it's going to be pretty rainy, especially across North Georgia, where a few stronger storms could be possible in the mountains. So looking at the rest of the week, we're going to switch back in to this wetter, more active pattern with scattered thunderstorms lasting all the way through the weekend. And a big impact on our forecast will be Tropical Storm Cristobal, which made landfall in southern Mexico today, but it is going to track towards America, possibly making landfall in the Gulf states. I'll break down everything you need to know about this storm and its impact here in Georgia coming up here at about 9:30. But here's a look at Atlanta's most accurate forecast. Once again, wetter, more active, unstable pattern over the next 7 days. No 90s over the next 7 days, which is unusual for this time of year. We have not seen a 90-degree day at all since the start of 2020. Once again, stay tuned. Coming up at 9:30, I'll break down everything about Tropical Storm Cristobal.
Georgia, one step closer to hosting one of the biggest political events of the year. I'm Carolyn Ryan. I have brand new details on the future of the 2020 Republican National Convention.
And let's take another sneak peek outside it is now 9:20. The curfew is now being enforced, and honestly, we watched it all break down live, and it has been very little work that the National Guard or Atlanta Police Department have had to do. Protesters have peacefully dispersed pretty much all on their own. We'll continue our coverage right after the break.
And here we have some live pictures. Again, this is downtown Atlanta, 9:22, just over 20 minutes after the curfew. And as you can see, it's all law enforcement on the streets of downtown Atlanta. The protesters have dispersed and gone their separate ways. The curfew imposed, enforced, and abided by. The protesters following the rules tonight, and the police there not really having to pull out any of their tricks, any of their tools to disperse crowds like we've witnessed the last couple of nights. We'll go back to our reporters on the scene as our live coverage continues here on CBS 46.
Too often, some of that violence has come from folks who were supposed to be serving and protecting you. I want you to know that you matter. I want you to know that your lives matter, that your dreams matter.
Former President Barack Obama telling young people to channel their anger into bringing about political change. During a virtual town hall, the former president said that what encourages him is the diversity that he has seen among the demonstrators. And we've noticed that here in Atlanta.
And Republicans, they are now looking for a new place to hold their nominating convention. And Governor Kemp says, come to Georgia. President Trump voiced his wish to abandon Charlotte, North Carolina, because the Democratic governor could not guarantee the venue would be filled. CBS 46's Carolyn Ryan looks at speculation that Georgia could be the beneficiary.
Last week, President Trump threatened North Carolina's governor they'd pull out of Charlotte if he didn't play ball with the GOP. This week, it appears he's actually doing it.
In a series of tweets Tuesday, President Trump said the GOP had long planned to have the convention in Charlotte, a city he loves, but that Democratic Governor Roy Cooper is still in a shelter-in-place mode and not allowing them to hold a full-scale event in August. He went on to say, quote, "We are now forced to seek another state to host the 2020 Republican National Convention." Governor Kemp quickly responded, "Hope you have Georgia on your mind."
We'd love to have the RNC here. I feel like we could do that in a safe way. It's not till August. We'd have plenty of time to prepare for that. I know there's a lot of other states that want to have that too, and I know there's been a lot of time and commitment put into having it in North Carolina, so we'll see what they do.
It's no surprise our Republican governor wants to host the convention, but the city has to have the infrastructure to handle it. Atlanta is the state's largest city, but the Democratic mayor, Keisha Lance Bottoms, already nixed the idea last week, saying Atlanta is following a phased, data-driven approach to reopening, and that plan does not contemplate hosting a large gathering event in August. However, just days later, the city is allowing multiple ongoing large-scale protests. We've reached out to the mayor's office to see if she's reconsidered her stance on hosting the RNC. We have not heard back.
And we've learned the GOP is actively scouting cities to quickly find a new home for the convention. We know Nashville, Tennessee may be one of those cities, although we have not yet learned which cities here in Georgia may or may not be on that short list. In Buckhead, Carolyn Ryan, CBS 46 News.
Carolyn, thank you. Security will be tight tomorrow as 3 men accused of killing an unarmed black jogger appear in court. We'll have a preview right after the break. Now let's take another sneak peek outside. This is downtown Atlanta. You see a heavy presence of Georgia National Guard along with Atlanta police. They're just really scouring the streets to make sure no one is breaking curfew. There are more reporters and law enforcement on the streets tonight than there are any protesters. We have seen a peaceful dispersion of individuals at that 9 p.m. curfew. No arrests we know of so far. We'll be right back. Don't go away. Welcome back, everybody. We are following breaking news of day 6 of protests in downtown Atlanta, and the curfew for the city of Atlanta is now in effect.
It is. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, that curfew will be moved back 1 hour to 8 p.m. So 9 o'clock curfew tonight and tomorrow, 8 p.m. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Let's check in with Astrid Martinez. She is down on a very quiet and lonely street. Looks like you're all by yourself, Astrid.
Yeah, quiet, but not down the street. A little bit further down from here, closer to that Waffle House. We hear there's some extra looters lingering around. Law enforcement were talking to each other. They put on their gas mask, and the National Guard and a SWAT team headed this way. We're going to try to catch up. We have a crew there, but we're going to try to catch up to see what we can find. But we do know that for the most part, protesters left on their own. I actually had an opportunity to speak to a 2-star general, and he told me we didn't plan anything differently. We just respond to the crowd. They left on their own, so we didn't have to have that thicker line of soldiers with the gas mask and, all information. He said that wasn't a plan by them. That wasn't a strategy. They were just responding to the way the crowd dispersed on their own. And when I asked him, would you consider this a success? He's like, this is a tactical success, but this is really the city's success, that they were able to march here beautifully, protest, and then come back tomorrow peacefully. He said he understands, the frustrations that are going on with the community, and he welcomes, the fact that they're out here protesting. And I asked him, how long do you think you're going to be out here? And he said, as long as the governor and the mayor needs us. But he told me he likes to see the display of demonstrators here. We're going to let you go to our other crews to see what is happening at that Waffle House. But for now, here in front of the Ferris wheel, everything is clear for me, guys.
Astrid, we're going to go to Ashley Thompson. She's at that Waffle House that has been the scene of some looting before. Tell us what's happening right now, Ashley.
So right now we are at Andrew Young and William Street, and in the last 5 minutes we saw a large crowd of demonstrators come from that back corner over there, came out with their hands up, a fairly large crowd, I would say more than 100 people, and within minutes the guard kind of snapped into action. You could see a line of them kind of getting information in that parking lot behind the SWAT truck right here, and now we've got all of the SWAT members right here in front of us. We've also got these guardsmen getting into action, and we've seen some of these protesters and demonstrators, and these officers have been telling them, get home, you guys got to keep moving, get home, get home. So that crowd dispersed, really within seconds. It was quite a sight to see. So right now we're seeing a lot of movement over here. We are after the curfew, so these officers are trying to make sure people are abiding by it, trying to make sure people go home. So they are now gathering and meeting at this intersection. But again, yes, we did see several demonstrators and walked through here not long ago, and these officers really just snapped into action, and within a matter of seconds those demonstrators had dispersed going down different streets. So by now I think that we do know that there is a 9 p.m. curfew. This use of force, not force, but this, just take a look at this. This would probably send anybody home, just how many officers are out here right now, whether this was intimidating or what, but those protesters really just disbanded within a matter of seconds. So this is where we are right now, Sean and Rick.
All right, Ashley, keep us posted. We'll keep our eye on that intersection. A couple of stragglers. We knew there would be some. Brittany Edney is standing by, not far from that location, and it looks quiet where you are too, Britt.
That's right, Rick. It is a completely different scene, not only from 30 minutes ago, but what we have experienced every single night since this all started. Not only was this very peaceful, but we did not see the objects being thrown at law enforcement. We didn't see the rocks, the water bottles, the other objects just randomly being thrown. And right now, towards the center of the intersection, you can still see the National Guard's presence, some Humvees out there. Intersection, you can still see the National Guard's presence, some Humvees out there, guardsmen with their shields in a more of a relaxed formation, but still lined up right over there. I can tell you that everyone seems to be kind of making their rounds as far as all of the different agencies that are working together, but how this crowd dispersed was a completely different experience this night. And towards this main intersection, we did not see all of the chaos that we have been witnessing all of the other evenings. Rick.
All right, well, we do see, I'm just wondering if you could give us a quick little rundown. If you look around and do like a 360, are you able to see police officers and National Guard? Are you pretty much surrounded by them? Is that what they're doing? They're just blocking off every single intersection?
Yeah, we've done some walking since you last came to us a few minutes ago. And yeah, at every intersection, Rick, kind of like just what you said, there's a presence in some form, shape, or fashion by one of the different agencies, all of the ones that are out here working together. So we are just kind of seeing a very large presence as far as all law enforcement. So when you go down these roads, you turn right or to your left, you're going to see someone there. And I did speak with some protesters who said they actually came down all the way from Ohio to protest in Atlanta because they said that that's where there was a large presence and we were being seen nationwide. Rick?
Brittany Edney live for us. Brittany, thanks. We'll check back with you in a few.
Let's go to Barmel Lyons now and see what things are looking like from her vantage point. It's been awfully quiet for everyone else, and it looks like it's just you and law enforcement, Barmel.
Yeah, that's right, Sean. I mean, take a look behind me. Earlier today, it was definitely a different scene. You can see it's empty now. No protesters, just some Humvees, as well as the National Guard just blocking off those intersections, as you can see. And just over here, I want to show you, because down the street, not only at these intersections, but down the way on every corner, you can see National Guard just closing off these areas. So protesters, if they're still in the area, understand, hey, you cannot be here. It's past the curfew. You can actually see one of the National Guard telling someone, hey, it's time to go home. If you see right over there in the corner, him directing him and talking to him, saying, hey, it's past the 9 p.m. curfew. Let's get to going. Now, I do want to show you right behind me, okay? This is where the National Guard have been set up. You can still see their shields, but it's very calm compared to the picture we showed at the 9 o'clock hour, where they had their gas masks on. Now, fortunately today, no gas, or tear gas rather, was deployed, or rubber bullets. So it was a very calm experience compared to what we experienced in the last few days, because protesters were listening. They understood that the 9 p.m. curfew was here, so they wanted to maintain that. A lot of those vehicles in regards to the Atlanta Police Department and with the National Guard have been dispersed throughout the downtown area to see if anybody else is still protesting, or rather still on the streets past the curfew. Today it was very powerful. We saw a lot of people take a knee. We saw a lot of people in higher positions, a part of the Atlanta Police Department, Sergeant Murphy, taking a knee with the protesters, talking to them, trying to understand their views. So I feel like every day it's more of a reach toward further communication and hopefully more of a difference when it comes to justice. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Barmel.
Well, both Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms and Georgia Governor Brian Kemp have suggested that people from outside Atlanta had turned otherwise peaceful protests violent the past few nights. And this was one example: damage to the CNN Center last Friday night. You probably remember these scenes. Tonight, CBS 46 has a breakdown of all the recent arrests. In data just released today by the police here in Atlanta, we learned about 13% of those arrested are from out of state. 54 out-of-staters were arrested from Friday to Monday night. And here are some of the states that those demonstrators had traveled from. We heard just a moment ago Barmel talking to that couple from Ohio. Also Pennsylvania, Florida, Alabama, New Jersey, New Mexico, Colorado, Texas, just to name a few. And now to the racial breakdown from Friday to Monday. So just really over the weekend, 271 of those arrested were African American, 128 white, 20 were Hispanic, and 3 were Asian.
Now at 9 from the live desk, Atlanta's Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms is making national headlines for an op-ed she wrote for the New York Times. In her own words, the mayor describes what it was like to witness the protest and the violence in her city, both as a city leader and a mother. Thinking of her children, she writes what so many have echoed, quote, "I could not protect my son." The mayor ended that piece urging everyone to get out to vote to ensure change happens. From the live desk, Alicia Roberts, CBS 46 News.
Alicia, thank you. In less than 12 hours, the men charged in Ahmaud Arbery's murder are expected in court. We expect to hear new details in the case as the 3 defendants appear before a judge on video. Our Haley Mason is at the Glenn County Courthouse, where Governor Kemp has the National Guard deployed in case there is any potential protests as the community leaders pray for justice.
The steps of the historic Glenn County Courthouse, community leaders and state lawmakers demanded justice in the Ahmaud Arbery murder case. Also speaking healing over the painful chorus of names of people killed by police.
Together, we condemn the murders of Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, and the senseless killing of Breonna Taylor. As a nation, we are better than this.
This on the eve of the preliminary hearing for all 3 suspects in the Arbery case. The National Guard and emergency management teams are preparing for crowds and demonstrators.
Yes, we've been very concerned. I know that our elected leadership, they're going through lots of preparation and plans.
At the same time, attorneys for the 3 suspects held late afternoon meetings in what could be a monumental day, a first step for a town crying out for justice. The case took off after this video was leaked. It shows Gregory McMichael in the bed of this truck chasing down Ahmaud Arbery through a Brunswick neighborhood with a gun. Travis McMichael gets out and chases Arbery with a rifle and ultimately shoots and kills him. William Bryan, their neighbor, is filming the incident. Police say he attempted to block Arbery in several times for the McMichaels. Gregory McMichael is charged with felony murder and aggravated assault. His son Travis is charged with the same. William Roddy Bryan is charged with felony murder and criminal attempt to commit false imprisonment. A member of Arbery's family tells me they will be at the hearing where the defendants will appear on video from jail.
Well, we didn't ask for this spotlight. It's been thrust upon us. So therefore, since it's here, we need to deal with it.
And that was Haley Mason reporting today. Late today, I was in touch with one of Travis McMichael's attorneys, Jason Sheffield. Sheffield tells me that tomorrow's hearing will be limited to the issue of whether the GBI had probable cause to arrest Travis McMichael. He tells me there will be no discussion of bond since the judge presiding over the hearing does not have authority under state law to grant bond in a felony murder case.
A CBS 46 news crew finds themselves staring at a business owner pointing an assault rifle at them. What happened later is extraordinary.
Local high school athletes have had their seasons cut short and even missed out on senior night. So here at CBS 46, we're going to recognize these seniors for all of their hard work. Every day, we're spotlighting a team with our CBS 46 Cares Senior Kudos. And today, a big shout out to the seniors from the Booker T. Washington High School soccer team. Milan West, Vashawn Video Ray Jr., Hussein Tillery, Hassan Tillery, Kevin Richard, Neil Morris, Deontay Smar, and Demariante Hall. Congrats to the BT Washington High School Bulldogs. We know your coaches and families are very proud of you. Find all the CBS 46 Care Senior Kudos at CBS46.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We are continuing our live coverage of day 6 of protests in downtown Atlanta. The citywide curfew is now in effect, and Basically, all that you are seeing on the streets of Atlanta are a mix of media, Atlanta Police Department, and the National Guard. There was very little work for them to do today. The little pocket of protesters that remained at 9 o'clock began to disperse all on their own. We're going to have our reporters give us updates throughout the show coming up.
The worldwide protests following George Floyd's murder at the knee of a Minneapolis police officer has created a new normal in our country, including right here in the metro. Our Trayson Bragg and photojournalist Ismir Payton were just doing their job Friday night when they got caught in the middle of violent looting and a local business owner trying to protect his livelihood.
Nobody has really messed with us after that.
This is a conversation that almost never happened.
Were you willing to use your rifle? Lethal force, yes, if necessary.
This Buckhead jewelry store owner asked me not to say the name of his business or show his identity due to a fear of unnecessary backlash. He tells me last Friday began peacefully.
We was all out at the protest, showing love for all the supporters.
Then things changed. He got a call looters were breaking into Buckhead businesses and his was on the list. He rushed over to Buckhead to protect his store.
I just saw the parking lot was full of people. There's broken glass in the windows. Next door there was getting broken into also.
That's when he tells me things got worse.
They started firing in our general direction. What's going through your head at that moment? At that point, I was like, man, this is it. I'm going to die, so I'm going to do what I got to do to stay alive.
So he grabbed his bulletproof vest and AR-15 assault rifle and stationed himself in front of his business. A short time later, my photojournalist and I, in an unmarked white van, attempted to pull into the parking lot unaware of the circumstances. Next was a near-fatal case of mistaken identity.
When you guys didn't yield to my command, I had to kind of pull up the AR and kind of let y'all know to, back up because this is a war zone.
We left immediately. This jeweler is now asking looters to leave small businesses alone so this type of terrifying situation never happens again.
Trayson Bragg, CBS 46 News.
And hours later, the store owner saw Trayson explain what happened on the air. He immediately reached out to apologize to CBS 46 and explain his side of the story. Meanwhile, the search continues tonight for a gunman who shot a man in northeast Atlanta at a Waffle House. Police say the man fired his weapon after an argument with 4 others inside the restaurant on Cortland and Ellis Street. The shot came from outside, striking a 58-year-old man in the arm. He was at the doorway of the Waffle House and was not even involved in the dispute. Another gunman arrested after shooting and pistol whipping a 30-year-old front desk clerk at the downtown Hilton. A coworker told CBS 46 the guest came to the desk with a gun demanding to know where rapper 21 Savage was. When the clerk refused to answer, she was shot in the arm and shoulder. Investigators believe the gunman may have been under the influence of drugs.
Now, CBS 46 Pinpoint Weather, certified Atlanta's most accurate forecast.
Let's talk about Tropical Storm Cristobal. You can see it's in the very southern parts of the Gulf of Mexico. It actually made landfall over southeast Mexico this morning, and that's where it's stationed right now. It is not moving. That's going to be the problem with this storm. It's going to sit in the same area through the entire day tomorrow. It will make its way through the Gulf of Mexico north this weekend towards America, and right now it looks like it's going to make landfall sometime early next week, Sunday, Monday, possibly Tuesday, along the Louisiana coast. But we won't really know where this storm is headed until it starts tracking through the Gulf later on the end of this week. So still a lot of uncertainty with this storm. What I can tell you is that it is a very lopsided storm. Most of the rain is occurring on the eastern flank, which brings the heavy rainfall totals closer to Georgia. Now, right now, it looks like the heaviest of the rain will be down across the Panhandle and in South Georgia, where over 5 inches of rain could fall. But if this storm tracks further to the east, we could see some of those higher rainfall totals here in Georgia early next week. So once again, a lot of uncertainty in the forecast. We'll start to look for impacts this weekend with clouds and next week with high rain potential. Tomorrow, scattered thunderstorms in the area through the afternoon and evening, some even lasting into tomorrow night. It is going to be a stormy day with mostly cloudy skies and temperatures in the mid-80s. We could see a few severe storms, mostly in the mountains and the northernmost counties, with heavy rain, lightning, and possibly some gusty winds. Friday looks even wetter than tomorrow. We wake up with rain, and you can see throughout the day it's going to be widespread, scattered thunderstorms lasting into your Saturday as well. So this more active pattern, it's going to be something that's here to stay. Now, once again, it does look like we'll see increasing clouds this weekend. Here's a look at Cristobal's eventual path. Heavy bands of rain in Florida on Sunday morning. So once again, if that storm tracks further off to the east, those heavy bands could make it up into Georgia Sunday afternoon and evening. But right now, it looks like the heaviest of the rain will stay to our west, with us seeing remnants of these showers by midweek next week. So here's a look at your 7-day forecast, something that we're definitely going to have to keep tabs on in the coming days with a potential tropical system headed our way. What I can tell you is it's going to feel like summer, very muggy outside, dew points in the 60s and 70s. The air will feel heavy through the end of the week.
All right, thank you, Ella. Better Call Harry has a musician singing his praises tonight. And once again, Harry smashes through red tape to get someone their unemployment benefits. And here's another live look in downtown Atlanta. It's quiet here, but we're just getting breaking news into our newsroom. A 5.1 earthquake near Los Angeles in the middle of their civil unrest and a pandemic. It is a lot happening across the country. We're covering it all. Stick with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We're taking live pictures of the civil unrest happening as protesters are protesting in Los Angeles. But on top of the protest, along with the coronavirus pandemic, no reports of any injuries, but there has been a 5.5 magnitude earthquake outside of Los Angeles. It struck in San Bernardino County. What we're hearing from seismologists in the area that this is normal for them, certainly not for us. But we'll continue to keep our eye on that and post it on our CBS 46 streaming app. Also tonight, as we enter week 12 of when schools and businesses started shutting down due to the coronavirus, there are still folks waiting for financial aid. Our Better Call Harry has been hard at work helping folks get exactly what they need.
Saunders Sermon's latest gig is a solo concert in downtown Atlanta. He is performing for all the people upstairs at Georgia's Department of Labor. Since March, they have processed nearly 900,000 claims, an additional 150,000 federal claims for gig workers like Sermon's. COVID did a number on musicians, a musical cliche. All performances canceled.
COVID, I mean, I had a wonderful schedule planned out, worked out, and when this hit, I mean, everything shut down.
Add musicians to the list of people trying to get in the door at the DOL. Sermons has been waiting 8 weeks for his benefits. Like all musicians, he's had his ups and downs.
Oh my goodness. I've done everything I wanted to do musician-wise.
In 2011, Sermons won a Grammy for Best Blues Album when he played with the Tedeschi Trucks Band. His career is far from over, but he could use a little help from above, and today he got it. He's getting $6,000 in federal benefits with more to come.
It's just that inner peace that all of the musicians can understand. You know, when you know you're getting income coming in and you can think and you can be more creative.
A nice song to celebrate? Maybe, if you're a Saints fan.
Okay, can you stop? Wait, you're gonna make all the Falcons fans mad.
That's better. In Atlanta, Georgia, I'm Better Call Harry, CBS 46 News.
Let's check in one last time with Ella for a look at our forecast. Ella.
I want to show you one last view of Cristobal's eventual path making landfall sometime early next week in Louisiana is what it looks like right now. That will have a big impact on our forecast this weekend into next week. Until then, expect widely scattered thunderstorms in the afternoon and evening with very muggy conditions.
All right, that's it for us. Thank you, Ella, and thank you for making CBS 46 your choice for news at 9.
We're back at 11 on CBS 46. Hope you can join us. Until then, have a great evening.
to roll out of here. The first time we've seen them leave this early. But yes, earlier today we marched with a group of demonstrators. We went all the way to Piedmont Park in Midtown. And at Piedmont Park, they held 8 minutes of silence for George Floyd. We know the officer had his knee on George Floyd's neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. And so that crowd really wanted to honor Floyd and remember him. And that was their way of doing it. They all got down on one knee and they were silent for over 8 minutes. And then some of the marchers came down here, back down downtown, and some of them dispersed. But it was a very successful march that we followed. Back to you guys.
Thank you. Organized protests are beginning to stretch outside of Atlanta. In fact, let's look at this. This is in Decatur. Let's listen in.
It's like they keep killing us. I'm so sick of it.
That's a 19-year-old Georgia State student stunned by the size of the rally that she organized in Decatur. She just expected a few friends. Instead, she got a packed crowd of demonstrators in the downtown area.
She sure did. And hundreds more filed into Marietta Square for a Black Lives Matter protest there. And at the end of this event, organizers and demonstrators kneeled in memory of George Floyd. Some police officers joined in the act of solidarity as well. We have seen people from all walks of life come together to speak their minds, to exercise their First Amendment rights during these protests. CBS 46's Barmel Lyons is live tonight with more. Barmel.
Yeah, Rick, check out behind me. We're seeing some clear streets, but officials still underway here. You can see the police presence as well as the National Guard still out here patrolling. But overall, take a look at this video. It's been a very peaceful protest, an impactful day. Sergeant Murphy taking a knee and addressing issues with the community on how there can be resolution. If you can see him kneeling right there, generations uniting to have their voice heard, bridging that gap for one goal: justice for George Floyd, Trayvon Martin, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud, and more. Now, one major thing that I do want to comment on, you guys, is that if you come back out here, the next generation truly wants change. And they say in order to have change, in order to impact, you must go vote. Time is now. You have to have your voice heard, and that's where it starts, at the polls. In Atlanta, I'm Barmel Lyons, CBS 46 News.
From the live desk, protests continued across the country all throughout the day, in through tonight. Let's take a live look right now from Los Angeles. Massive crowds gathered there all day. They continue right now. The LA County curfew takes effect at 9 o'clock local time there. To Minneapolis we go. It has been a busy day where it all started for George Floyd, and protesters remained on the streets into the curfew hour. Some still holding signs right now as we look live. I want to show you what it was like earlier today in that city as demonstrators reacted to the news of charges against all 4 officers in George Floyd's death. Meantime, this was a scene in Texas. Thousands march carrying signs calling for justice. Many also laid on the streets with their arms behind their back in protest. Take a look at the protesters in Washington, D.C. Demonstrators staged a silent lie-in outside Capitol Hill, that is, with police on scene. And despite the rain and an 8 o'clock curfew, protesters and police were out tonight in New York City. By the way, National Guard soldiers are now stationed in 31 states as of now to keep the peace. From the live desk, Alicia Roberts, CBS 46 News.
Alicia, thank you. Fallout tonight after CBS 46 cameras captured Atlanta police officers using stun guns on 2 local students. It happened during Saturday's protests. 6 officers have now been charged in the incident. CBS 46's Jamie Kennedy spoke exclusively to the police chief about where the department stands in response to the district attorney's decision to file charges.
It's a crime. It's a crime. And let me tell you, people are not fooled.
Fulton County DA Paul Howard is standing by his case and pushing back against comments made by Atlanta's police chief Erika Shields, saying he did discuss charges he's filed against 6 Atlanta police officers with both the chief and the mayor.
Not only did I speak with the chief as a matter of professional courtesy, I did not have to do it. Also talk with the mayor, and I believe I spoke with the mayor both by email and spoke with her on the phone.
Atlanta Police Chief Erika Shields criticised Howard's move on the basis of a, quote, exhaustive investigation.
He never indicated he was taking action as expeditiously as he did. The mayor called him after I told her. So To suggest that we were in any way aligned with him and had been considering this with him is improper.
On Sunday, Shields fired 2 of those officers for using what she says was excessive force in the incident with Morehouse student Messiah Young and Spelman student Tanaya Pilgrim.
We're in a very unforgiving space, and we have to do better at getting things right.
As protests continue in Atlanta, CBS 46 exclusively obtained this email from Shields to APD staff. She states, as a result of the charges brought against 4 of the officers, a number of agencies are pulling out from day-to-day operations.
Clayton County PD, Sheriff, South Fulton, Cobb, Gwinnett.
But says if needed, those agencies are only a phone call away.
Just like with Friday night, if stuff is going south, I won't even need to call and they'll be here.
Chief Shields told me Paul Howard has cases involving APD officers dating back to 2015 that haven't been looked at, and questions why charges against the 6 officers happened so quickly. It is an election year. She says it's not hard to draw the conclusion that there were external motivators. In studio, Jamie Kennedy, CBS 46 News.
Meanwhile, Atlanta's mayor is speaking exclusively to CBS 46 about the charges on the 6 Atlanta police officers. Here's what she told our Karen Greer late tonight.
I won't say that he jumped the gun. I'll just say that I was surprised that it happened so quickly. The timing was interesting, that charges were brought so swiftly on these officers, but we've not had any movement, at least that we can see, on some of our other officers.
Mayor Bottoms was with Atlanta's police chief on Sunday, announcing the termination of 2 of the officers, saying the use of excessive force is never acceptable.
Tonight, we're hearing from local business owners about the toll that COVID-19 and the protests is taking on them. Check this out. This is video from Bio on John Wesley Dobbs Avenue. Looters busted out windows and stole a few items from inside. The owner says it'll cost about $100,000 to replace the windows alone.
How much can we take? You know, you're still reeling from, no income for 3 months. You're not making any money. You're still covering overhead. You're still trying to hold on to your business because you see the big picture of the comeback, and then you go through that and it's just like, wow, a whole nother blow.
Yep, the hits just keep on coming. The owner wound up spraying Black-owned business on a board outside her business, hoping the looters would leave it alone. There was similar looting damage on Marietta Street, which we were told will take several weeks to repair.
More than 400 arrests have been made since protests began on Friday, and tonight we are learning more about who police took into custody. Atlanta police say about 13% were people not from Georgia. 54 out-of-state residents from 20 different states were arrested from Friday to Monday. 271 of those arrested were black, 128 were white, 20 were Hispanic, and 3 were Asian.
Well, it was a dry day today, but that will not last. Look at how stormy it is across the southeast. There's increasing moisture coming in, and that's going to bring us scattered showers through the day tomorrow. So it will be mostly cloudy through the day with about a 40% chance of rain through the afternoon and evening. That should keep temperatures down just a few degrees. Still going to be muggy outside with highs in the mid-80s. All eyes are on the Gulf of Mexico, where our 3rd tropical storm of the season, Cristobal, has now made landfall in Mexico, but it is going to affect the United States, expected to make another landfall here in the U.S. later on this week or this weekend. I'll bring you all the information on the impact this storm will have here in Georgia coming up here in around 7 minutes.
The suspects in Ahmaud Arbery's murder prepare to face a judge. Law enforcement getting ready for mass rallies demanding justice.
Plus, the call for equality resonating worldwide. Sights and sounds around the globe on the push for justice.
And former President Obama breaking his silence, a message of hope for protesters across the U.S.
Hey, my little friend. How are you doing? I miss you.
Little.
Happening tomorrow, the men accused in the killing of Ahmaud Arbery are expected to face a judge.
Arbery, you remember, was shot while jogging in Brunswick, Georgia. Gregory McMichael, Travis McMichael, and the man who recorded the video of the shooting, William Bryan, all charged with murder. Today, community members held a prayer circle in front of the courthouse. Tomorrow, the National Guard will be ready for crowds.
I'm very concerned. I know that our elected leadership, they're going through lots of preparation and plans.
And I talked to one of Travis McMichael's attorneys tonight. He tells me tomorrow's hearing will be limited to the issue of whether the GBI had probable cause to arrest Travis McMichael. He also tells me there will be no discussion of bond, since the judge who is presiding over the hearing actually does not have authority under state law to grant bond in a felony murder case. That hearing, by the way, starts at 9:30 a.m.
Well, as protests continue across the world, services to honor the life of George Floyd will begin tomorrow. They'll take place in 3 states over 6 days. A memorial service in Minneapolis begins Thursday at 1 o'clock. The Reverend Al Sharpton will deliver a eulogy there. A public viewing will be held in North Carolina on Saturday, and a public memorial is scheduled in Houston. That's Floyd's hometown for Monday. George Floyd's family continuing to ask all who protest to do so peacefully. From the live desk, Alicia Roberts, CBS 46 News.
And tonight, former President Barack Obama speaking up about protests against police violence.
In some ways, as tragic as these past few weeks have been, as difficult and scary and uncertain as they've been, they've also been an incredible opportunity for people to be awakened.
Former President Obama saying to bring about real change, you have to highlight the problem and make people in power uncomfortable, but also translate that into new laws. The former president making these comments during an online roundtable with current and former elected officials, including Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. Well, there was some heartwarming moments in the midst of today's protests.
There sure were, Sean. This is a man using music to help calm tensions. Our CBS 46's Brittany Edney caught it all on camera, and she's live with that story. Hi, Brittany.
Good evening, Rick and Sean. Yes, this was a really special moment. It was a really positive note almost to our day after, we walked several miles with protesters. We saw a lot of camaraderie. We saw peaceful protesting, and we saw a lot of healthy dialogue and exchanges amongst protesters. But that moment in particular, where we saw Richard Shaw Jr. playing the saxophone in front of police, it was a moment where quiet and stillness filled the air here in downtown Atlanta. You can kind of hear the music playing underneath us right now. It was just such a sweet moment. And here's what he had to say about sharing that with Atlanta police.
Music is a bridge from earth to heaven. Music touches people in ways that speaking with words will never touch. And if I'm able to use this in a positive way, use my music, provide that message that, hey, listen, I'm still with the peaceful protesting, but using this as a vehicle, I'm willing to do that.
And if you want some more of that great music and special moments, you can go to our Facebook page, CBS46.com as well. Reporting live in Atlanta, Brittany Edney, CBS 46 News.
Talented young man there, Brittany. Thank you. The call for change in the wake of George Floyd's death stretching all over the country. Hundreds of demonstrators marching through central London today. Groups also gathered outside number 10 Downing Street, the residence of the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, chanting, "Boris Johnson is a racist." Johnson condemned Floyd's death, but was criticized in Parliament for being too slow to raise the issue during the Prime Minister's questions time.
And a much rowdier sight in Greece tonight. Demonstrators hurled firebombs at riot police just outside the U.S. Embassy in Athens. Officers fired tear gas back at protesters to try and disperse the crowds. More than 3,000 people participated in protests in Athens over Floyd's death.
Now, CBS 46 Pinpoint Weather, certified Atlanta's most accurate forecast.
Let's talk about Tropical Storm Cristobal. We just got an update of this storm into our newsroom. The latest from the National Hurricane Center has the storm still centered over southeastern Mexico. It is stationary. It is not moving with sustained winds of 45 miles per hour, so it is a weak tropical storm. Here's the thing. It's going to continue to weaken over the next 36 hours, and it's actually just going to sit in the same area it is, but then it will move north Friday, Saturday, and Sunday through the warm waters of the Gulf. It will re-strengthen back into a tropical storm, and it does look like at this point it may make landfall sometime late on Sunday, early on Monday in Louisiana. Now, we all know these things change. We're not really going to have a good idea of where it's headed until it starts to track north. So we will have a much better idea by the end of the week of this storm system. Let's talk about us here locally. Tomorrow, you wake up mostly cloudy skies, already humid outside, temperatures in the 70s. By 2 p.m., spotty thunderstorms will start to spark up, and they're actually going to be pretty widespread through the afternoon. Some could even have heavy rainfall, possibly some gusty winds, even lasting after the time that the sun sets. So we're going to see the chance for rain last until midnight, possibly even overnight tomorrow night. It's still going to be very warm and muggy outside. I'm going to go with a forecast high of 85 degrees. If we get that right, our donation will up to $200 on the month to the Giving Kitchen. Looking at the rest of the week, we are going to be stuck in this very scattered thunderstorm pattern. About a 40 to 50% chance of rain through the end of the weekend. But the end of the weekend is when we start to see potential impacts of Cristobal. You can see on Saturday and Sunday, we're really just going to see clouds from this storm system. But if the storm itself were to track a little bit further to the east, some of those heavy bands of rain that are in Florida through the end of the weekend could make it up into North Georgia. So that's something that we're going to have to continue to watch as it develops through the weekend into the weekend. Looks like right now the biggest impacts here will be midweek next week. So about a week away where we could see some rain. Here's a look at Atlanta's most accurate forecast. Again, mild but muggy and also very stormy over the next 7 days.
President Trump at odds with North Carolina's governor over the 2020 Republican National Convention, and party leaders are now considering a move.
A crime alert tonight in Gwinnett County. Yes, anytime.
A crime alert tonight in Gwinnett County. Police say this man, Jose Sanchez Vasquez, is wanted for the murder of an elderly man. Investigators say gang members shot at a family on Brittany Way in Norcross just last month. 70-year-old Richard St. John was killed. If you recognize the suspect, please call 911.
A 19-year-old is in custody tonight, weeks after two people were found dead in Walton County. Tommy Charles Webb Jr. is charged with murder. Last month, James Evans and Jamie Whitlock were found shot to death in the middle of Thurman Bacchus Road in Social Circle. Investigators are working to find a motive. And tonight we're learning Republicans are actively looking for a new city to hold their nominating convention set for this year.
President Trump confirming the GOP will pull some, if not all, of the party's national convention out of Charlotte in August. This comes after North Carolina's governor shut down the idea of a full-fledged event with thousands of people. Governor Kemp has been pushing to bring the RNC to Georgia for weeks.
We'd love to have the RNC here. I feel like we could do that in a safe way. It's not till August. We'd have plenty of time to prepare for that.
GOP leaders are working with the president to scout other cities for the convention. We haven't gotten any confirmation about whether any Georgia cities are on the list.
Drew Brees is facing backlash after making some controversial comments. What the Saints quarterback said and how he's trying to clarify it next in sports.
Now CBS 46 Sports with Fred Khalil.
Saints quarterback Drew Brees is trying to walk back comments he made today when asked about how the NFL should respond to players who kneel during the national anthem to protest racial injustice and police brutality. Brees said, quote, "I will never agree with anybody disrespecting the flag of the United States of America," end quote. Then he went on to say he thinks about not just those in the military, but those throughout the civil rights movements of the 60s and all that's been endured up to this point. An emotional Malcolm Jenkins, a former teammate of Brees, posted an emotional 4.5-minute video on Instagram saying, "Drew Brees, if you don't understand how hurtful and insensitive your comments are, you are part of the problem." Emmanuel Sanders tweeted, "Shake my head, ignorant." The Saints had no comment on Brees' statements. Well, the NBA has reportedly told its players it has a plan for a 22-team restart July 31st, and they're going to present it to the league's Board of Governors tomorrow. Now, if this plan is approved, the Western Conference would feature 13 teams, with 9 teams from the East, and all clubs would head to Disney. The teams must be within 6 games of a playoff spot to continue. The Hawks, sadly, would not be in the picture. Season complete. Meantime, Major League Soccer players announced they have ratified a collective bargaining agreement, and that should set the tone for the 2020 season to resume. The season was suspended back on March 12th All 26 teams are expected to travel to Orlando for a tournament at Disney at the sports complex there. Well, Friday night, the College Football Hall of Fame in downtown Atlanta was damaged during the first night of protests. The National Guard has been outside of the building ever since. Now, if you take a look at the footage from Friday night and Saturday morning, it looks bad, worse than it actually was. The windows to the gift store completely shattered, merchandise stolen, graffiti on the outside of the building. But that's the extent of the damage, really. The outside in the gift shop, the museum went untouched. The most valuable artifacts and exhibit pieces are no longer in the hall. They've been removed and taken to a secure location. SEC Media Days are scheduled to be at the Hall of Fame next month, July 13th through the 16th. The College Football Hall of Fame has been closed since March 16th due to the COVID-19. The damage will not delay the reopening. Sean.
All right, thank you, Fred. And stick around. Meteorologist Ella Dorsey back in less than 2.5 minutes with a final look at tomorrow's forecast.
One final look at the latest track of Tropical Storm Cristobal has it making landfall somewhere along the Louisiana coast sometime on Sunday night. We will have to watch for impacts here locally, both this weekend and into next week. Right now, it looks like scattered thunderstorms through the remainder of this week with cloudy conditions this weekend and very muggy conditions as well.
All right, thank you, Ella, and thank you so much for making CBS 46 your choice for news at 11.
We do appreciate it. Join the CBS 46 morning team at 4:30 tomorrow morning, and we'll see you here tomorrow night. Have a great night.